To shout at the world that we exist.
Yes, I came home and I was like, wait, what?
Doing those things.
Oh, I gave the lawyer Federation law, FIS law, and smuggling.
Why the last one?
Because if you have been identified as the right lawyer to put on a station, right? You've learned a few things about smuggling.
I suppose.
For all the smuggling cases you've tried.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. That's like having like investigative characters that have a focus in something incredibly illegal, and it's like, why do you have this? Because I've investigated it a lot.
It's my
like
job.
having a focus in murder as a detective. It's like, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine this lawyer has like a standard handout to all Ferengi clients, like, just stop by. Here's your packet. Read it. This is how to handle the fact that you've been caught smuggling.
Yeah. I like that idea.
If I grab that.
Here's where you appeal for the bribe. Here's where nothing happens because you appealed for a bribe.
Yeah, it has a whole section that goes into the details of how bribing is different than gift giving, and gift giving is acceptable in FIS culture.
Uh-huh.
And how to very legally navigate that.
Mm-hmm.
What? I'm just engaging in cultural gifting. No, there's cultural gifting and there's bribery. What's the difference? It's a very obvious one to Opentari.
Part of it has to do with timing. Part of it has to do with intent.
Are we
Yeah.
on a
Getting
short
you a
staff
friend.
today?
Huh?
So we're on a short staff today.
We are, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and this is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. And today is another episode of Halanak Station, a Star Trek Adventures TTRPG. And we have much truth to unravel and distortions to make clear. It's a 2-threat game. As for log, I think Throg already has one ready to go. Unless you wanted to add something else into it.
No, sure. I'm good for that one.
Well, the start date's currently different.
Okay, yeah, I can change the start date.
Yeah.
Or it's simply an earlier log that is still.
It could also be an earlier log.
Except you have 0.9 instead of 0.4. So mine's earlier than yours. Oh, I suppose I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'm smart. Don't worry. I know how to do numbers.
Yeah, I can change that to a 0.4.
Roger.
Right. Captain's log. Halanak Station, stardate 60577.4. Command of the USS Da Vinci A has been transferred to Commander Haifa after a small mix-up with someone on my command staff. Lieutenant Commander Blaine decided to follow through on regulations and submit a command code revocation for my Da Vinci command access as soon as I had assumed command from Admiral Pend. This, however, defaulted Da Vinci command to my executive officer, Centurion Rylov. As an exchange officer, he's not permitted permanent command of a Starfleet vessel per Regulation 612-1020-A. This resulted in a brief window where he was technically the holder of the full command codes for Da Vinci. Fortunately, the situation was easily resolved once all parties became aware of it. Lieutenant Commander Blaine will be receiving a write-up on double-checking edge cases before executing command-level decisions, though. Captain Star Serana remains in some sort of political trouble that's being investigated by the Harmonizers. I hope she's able to return to duty promptly, but it is an internal FIS matter that I don't wish to interfere with. That said, the positioning of FIS political parties has been worrisome, as a militant group preaching xenophobic and isolationist policies is gaining traction, which could not only jeopardize the Federation's position here, but also spell disaster for the society of tolerance and cooperation that has been built in the FIS so far. A Klingon ambassador arrived to Halanak recently as well. I met with him, and he postured even more than an average Klingon would be expected to. Simply sparring with him proved insufficient to establish a rapport. I've since been informed that he's an intelligence specialist, and the data available from his psychographic profile suggests that his attitude is in line with him leading an operation in the area. That gives me one more thing to discuss with Captain Varder when I can find time to talk with him. The court case investigating the history of the Theory and the Harbingers is ongoing. It stirred up no end of popular discourse, but otherwise the FIS legal system seems to be making measured progress into this unprecedented case. If Starfleet involvement is needed further, it will mean that something has gone terribly wrong. So I hope that my observation team remains the only detail I need to be appraised of in this whole situation. End log.
Oh, no. No, do not do that. There we go. We're good. And we zoom over to Halanak Station over Opentar. And yeah, Captain of Stars Seirana is currently, as I recall, in protective custody in the Harmonizer's office, I presume. I believe that's where you were trying to bustle her off.
No, she's in a safe house on the station.
Okay. My mistake.
Secret.
It's called a cupboard.
Secret safe house. Secret safe house. Sorry.
Suck in your gut or something. Have a gut. There you go.
For the or something is supposed to come in.
Like all over, really. I don't know what to tell you. Where's the thing? Find my music. Read. But yes. Eventually, you're able to shake off the FIDF in theory that were hassling you, Kovic, because the crowd eventually dissipates with time as they carry on, and they can't really. There's nothing really they can do to you. There's not a whole lot you can do to them. So it's a lot of standing off and arguing until eventually. But there's a good long. By the time you're done with them, they're walking away or floating away, I suppose. You're told by your contact, Seirana is safely away.
Yeah, that scene worked to my advantage. All right, so I think I have an appointment with Thralic.
Yeah?
After putting him off for most of a day.
So where does this meeting take place?
I guess Thralic's office?
Usually in my office?
Okay.
Unless the Harmonizer's like, no, this is Harmonizer's business, I need you to come to my office, which...
No, it's not, so... I don't even remember originally what the meeting was about now.
Me neither.
It was about the Serana calling Haifa to ask to get off the planet, because I told you that, and then you decided to call Kovic after I told you.
Oh yeah, that's so long ago now.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kovic walks in with a cup of coffee in hand, cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Ah, Captain Thralic, and he just kind of flops down into a chair and takes out the cigarette and drains half the cup of coffee. Ah,
Mr. Kovic. Thank you for meeting. May I ask
sorry.
what the current status of my executive officer is?
It's a good question. First, the FIDF, Free Information Defense Force?
Correct.
First, the FIDF and the person of I believe the Ministry of Defense wanted her arrested, and then they changed their mind. There have been 2 attempts on her life, potentially. At least one of those may have just been a kidnapping attempt. Now apparently they want to meet with the Secretary of Defense wants to meet with Seriana and trying to use military channels, but without going through her gesture towards Thralic, her chain of command. So at the Captain of the Stars requests, I have placed her under protective custody, particularly after the 2 possible attempts on her life, definite kidnapping attempt.
Right. Is that a public matter?
Not as of yet. You're honestly the first person who's asked me what's up with her. That
Right.
I felt like telling.
Well, that's something.
So,
As I
broader-
understand, she made a dubiously legal request of Commander Haifa.
I don't know anything about that. Commander Haifa called me saying somebody had requested him to come back and pick him up or something. I was in the hall between offices at the time, so I'm not sure what was happening there. In any event, on a larger level, which you probably need to be aware of, it appears that some political force is stirring up xenophobia and kind of more militarist take on the freedom of information sphere. I just had a very interesting confrontation in the main corridor with 3, in theory, FIDF officers who were trying to make an issue of my alienness. And didn't particularly appreciate it when I pointed out that outside the window was Upentar and they don't live here either. But anyway, so right now I would say on some level, the FIS's view of non-FIS species is under assault and perhaps becoming worse. Unfortunately, I think in large part this is an interior matter, so I think the Federation or anyone else really putting their oar in might make things worse. But
right, the most we can do really is offer information and the continued goodwill, potentially offering assistance with projects and such, giving a good impression of a culture which models less aggressive and isolationist tendencies.
Well, Haifa's scooter helped tremendously for a minute or two, but there does seem to be a concerted effort to drive a wedge between at least the FIS and other non-FIS species. I'm not sure what's behind this. I have some suspicions, but nothing firm. I'm just now getting to a point where hopefully I can do something besides react to other people's moves.
I'd been following the political trends of the FIS and had noticed an uptick in extremism. It's disconcerting it's progressed this far this quickly, though.
I'm wondering if some of the Captain of the Stars' own actions may have accidentally kicked off some things early. But
Wouldn't be
again,
surprised.
early days. And something I was going to ask you to see if you could find out anything about. I've been hearing for some time now, more than rumors, of a very well-paying smuggling operation taking something out of the Federation and moving it into Klingon space, to the point where payments being discussed in terms of bars of latinum, and is attractive enough to make some of the freighter captains and smugglers from this area consider heading that far in to work that route. I haven't had any details about what's being smuggled. It doesn't seem to be coming out here, but something's being taken out of the Federation and into the Klingon Empire. And you're probably in a better position to put feelers out on that than I am.
I'll do what I can. Let me know if you receive any updates.
Will do. But I wish I could bring you in on this, and depending on the turn of events, I may well be able to. But for now, I've got to find out a little bit more about what's going on. Oh, and there's a group of gray hat hackers on the station. I don't know if Commander Centurion Rylov has briefed you on that yet.
The player, I can't remember if we talked about that last session. Okay, yeah.
He didn't have enough of anything to really go off of.
All right.
He could have told you that they were present, but nothing else.
They call themselves the something or other.
Invented?
Oh, wait. This is the entirely wrong notebook for a Corbinian game. It's flashback to 17XX in the time of the Emperor of Aileron. No wonder
Okay, I guess we're going for a dungeon dive, so...
No! The Cryptonauts is what they call themselves. Anyway, look out for a string of numbers, 315.798. That seems to be their local calling card for whatever reason.
Right. I'll see what I can troll up, and I'll apprise my security staff on the matter.
Throlic, what's your science?
My science is 1.
Well, I mean, you can roll it, I guess. I'll throw it at you. Give me insight science, difficulty 2. You might have heard of these people back on Earth when you were in the academy.
Okay.
Although more like you knew someone who knew about them because you're not a science officer, so...
Yeah.
Not your circle.
Not my circle remotely. Let's see. What do I have that might help me? Do I have anything that might help me? Can I make a spin for engineering here instead of science?
No, not given what they are, no.
Then yeah, I don't believe I have anything to help there. I will give you a threat for an extra die. Just, be interesting about it. Let's see how this goes. Hey!
I gained 1 out of it.
Yeah.
You remember that, because you were in the academy a long time ago, some years ago.
Yeah, Thralic graduated the academy at the very close of the Dominion War.
So one thing you remember hearing about at the academy, I mean, you would have heard of Red Squadron and the crisis and the scandal that was around them, and secret societies and other such fraternities and affiliations. People have clubs, but there's things like Red Squadron are kind of frowned on just because it tends to create this very weird stratification that's outside of the rank structure. But but there's one group of people that you heard of through one of your fellow classmates for the training ship that you were on, and you knew that this person was part of a group. Like they got called away in their final year. Because that's when the war was really starting to... It was going to end, but it was ramping up severely. Yeah. That person was called away, and you learned that it wasn't for their sensor skills, it was for their computer hacking skills. And you learned you heard about this group of computer scientists and hackers within Starfleet and various other Federation institutions that were sort of a society of hackers or a club of hackers that acted on the edges of the law, and there was a sense that they were tolerated, but at the tail end of the war, they were kind of pulled into service because it was all hands on deck sort of thing. It's like, okay, whatever it is, you we'll forgive everything you're doing. Just deal with that. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've heard of these
everything and everything.
You've heard of these cryptonauts before. They very much are a Federation-born thing, and I'll also say that they are something that's been around for some time. Because it's just one of those. But beyond that, you don't know. I can't really say without you spending momentum, because you're not a. Yeah. It doesn't make sense for you to know a ton. You just knew someone who was a cryptonaut.
Right.
Or is, actually. They could still be one, for all you know.
Could still be, yeah. All right.
They don't seem to be causing any trouble as of yet. From what I can get there, they kind of enjoy the free information sphere because of the free information part. But they did provide Seriana with a warning. So they know.
A helpful one or a threatening one?
A helpful one. So they know something about what's going on here.
All right. For now, this seems like it's probably more in your wheelhouse than mine, but I'll make a couple inquiries back into some contacts I have from my academy days, see if I can turn anything up.
Sure. I mean, wheelhouses wise, I'll trade you. I'll run the station while you can run down these conspiracies.
Oh, if only.
Oh, you'll say that for one day, fella.
I'm afraid I'm about 5 years out of date for running a security operation.
Oh, well. It's worth a shot. I'd best get to it then, unless you need anything else, Captain.
No, Harmonizer, that's all that I needed. I'm free to go.
Kovic walks out with his pulling his communicator. Now I'm out. Meet me in this Captain of the Stars office.
I'm off, you say?
Yeah, he's the tech, I think. I've still got a warrant for all of her computer stuff. I may find some evidence there.
From her or from other people, we'll find out.
Makes sense.
New scene. Tick.
Oh, precious momentum. Gone to the wind.
Let's swing the camera over at Ryloth or Haifa. As I recall, you guys had moved the Haifa Prototype Alpha out of the station dock into the Da Vinci A.
Yes.
Yep.
And you've and that's actually and now you've actually have the handover of code. So Haifa is the captain of the Da Vinci.
Indeed. I know where Rylov's going, but if Winchester has the thing he wants to do, by all means.
No, I think I'm kind of station keeping until Haifa gets orders or the ship is needed to do something. Because the hacker thing is more of your wheelhouse. I could help with it if the ship isn't needed anywhere from like an actual coding perspective, but the security side of it, that's all you.
I mean, if you wanted to try and backtrack something through the camera systems, by all means, Rylov has decent descriptions of the individuals, and was going to try and attempt to track something down through the Harmonizer security office. Just because it's station side, so it'd be through Harmonizer rather than ship side security. Then Kovic more or less gave him permission to do it. Gonna come with more. then less.
And that's to track down the people that were being viewed, that we
the
were trying to
people
view?
themselves. Yeah.
Okay.
He's trying to track down physical people at the moment, so if you want to do digital stuff, then by all means. Or if you want him to go first, then you can follow up later. That's also a thing. Depends which perspective of things you want to go at first, I believe. Would be
So-
collaborative.
Obviously, there's this thing to work out. What other ongoing issues are there at the moment? Because there's always like 10 plots burning.
Not wrong.
So we've got the hacker thing. What else do we got going on?
Klingon Spy Master. And whatever he's doing. There's whatever's happening with Cyrana. That's different as well.
The Harbingers.
The Harbingers, which is something that's kind of in limbo as of this present time.
But
What's
not
the
helping the
status on
political
them?
situation much.
No. It's a bunch of things that we can't really directly interfere with, so.
Well, I mean, like, where did we leave off on the Harbingers? Because I don't know if I was here for that.
They're in court, going through legal proceedings that are, I believe, being hindered by questions of existence rather than the actual case. Correct me if I'm
The
mistaken,
interesting
but I believe
thing-
that's the general gist.
Is that the in theory have now slowed down the investigation. Whereas before they were trying to figure it out, but now it seems that they may be either incredibly fascinated by what this might mean for the reality of their history, and so they're shuffling them from expert to expert to try and dig it up, or they're concerned about what it may mean for their understanding of their history, and so they're trying to delay things coming out. All that's kind of got back burner.
So the legal question is, are they guilty of like genocide 1,000 years ago or something?
Are they presently a threat to the in theory?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and that's kind of gotten sidetracked in the mess of the whole, what does this mean for, in theory, history and development, as they have been understanding it.
Which seems likely that Klingon fella here has some interest in, the Harbingers as weapons, or that would be my first guess. There's possibly something else, but that'd probably be a good guess.
And is their station that was active over the in theory homeworld still active?
Yes.
Okay, so they have somewhere to move to.
Yeah. I mean, that's the place where all of them are, except for the one who's here right now. One or two of them. And there's technically a Starfleet presence on that station right now as well. We have an observation team that's still on board. The Heaven something or other.
Kingdom of
Kingdom
Heaven.
of Heaven. Yeah.
There's a stairway that you can take to get there.
Yeah.
Not in my music shop. There's not.
Damn it. Better that than Wonderwall, but anyway.
Would you like me to start, and then if something comes up for you, you can...
Yeah, because
Hold
none
it,
of
or
these
just-
seem like problems that I would be the most effective person at handling. They all seem like something you or Kovic should do.
As the GM steadily lowers that clock, which we're still not entirely sure what it's for.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, okay, so Rylov's heading to the Harmonizer.
Don't worry
office,
about it.
To catch up with Talora, who was already there. To start, we've got pretty good descriptions of two different groups of people, because apparently the Romulans and the Betazoids were two different groups working for two different organizations, but we don't know what organizations they're probably working for yet. So we want to track down one, if not both groups, identify where they are, how they might have entered, and who they are. Not necessarily in that order. Who they are probably comes first.
I'll treat this as an extended task. I think that'll cover a wide range of investigative avenues toward the singular question of who the hell are these people.
Yeah.
So
Wide umbrella, who?
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty sure Kovic's fine with this investigation happening, and I'm pretty sure he's relatively okay with it taking place in the Halanak office of the station.
Kevin's a pretty easy guy to get along with.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't outright say you could use the office, but you said, yo, can you look into this? So, you know, same thing, really.
in Starfleet, security sort of works alongside in tandem with harmonizers, usually giving the lead to almost always, I would say. There's rare instances where they go, no, this is 100% of Starfleet matter, we'll deal with it. But more on station, this is their station, we're just here to help them. Like, well, okay, then you can use some office, but you don't get the really nice ones. Why? Because those are our offices. Yeah. But if you want to use our computers and our databases, sure, you just have to put in your command codes and appropriate security protocols and go ahead and use them.
If a harmonizer wants to be looking over their shoulders, by all means.
Yeah.
Not hiding anything yet.
That. All right. So we'll go with who are those people at the landing? Work 17, magnitude 4. You get 4 attempts before you basically the trail goes goes cold on you. Like you start running into you run out of stuff to look into, basically.
Yeah.
I will be. You get 1 roll per scene, essentially, unless you spend threat or momentum to give yourself another roll, indicating that you're really pushing yourself hard. You're running around trying to get as much information as fast as possible. But it just takes you time, so it's sort of a fuzzy number of how long it takes you to do stuff. Because we'll cut away to other people, and then eventually we'll slide over to you and go, "Hey, get a shot again."
Yeah.
So I will say this is you're looking over the files, so I will say control plus science.
See,
This roll may change as you learn new information or try new investigative avenues, but this opening one you're doing so far is control science.
So that seems like a Talora being the lead role on that one for some reason. I can't imagine why.
Someone could roll for Talora because Ralph's rolling for himself.
Yes.
I can do that.
I believe she probably has a focus too.
Suspect so.
Not if I delete it first.
Well,
Her analysis focus. How much threat would it cost you to do that?
I don't think it's a legal spend is the problem. All right. So is she leading this then?
Yes, she's leading the role at present.
Cool. Roll science.
Might have something to do with him having a science of 1.
Yeah, might have something to do with that.
Okay, token. Always a tad too small. No, save it.
Just because she's like short.
Said she has a focus.
I would assume analysis is probably appropriate.
I would say it is, yeah.
Cool. This is 4 times. Let's see.
And she is two
What's the
determinations.
what's the difficulty on this? Because
Good
that's
question.
not listed.
That is also not listed, yeah.
Oh, I forgot 2 other parts to it too. My mistake. I apologize.
Resistance as well, yeah.
Yeah. So
Damn.
resistance 4, difficulty 4.
Damn. Yeah. If you want to spend a determination to start with, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it might be appropriate. Uh, spend toward the value. Some rules can be bent, others can be broken. There's a lot of hacking stuff that can be gently bent rules. Not really supposed to be in there.
Yeah.
You certainly can do that.
Cool.
Listen, she's reliable. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Speaking of the reliable trait,
That will waive off a complication if you roll one.
that's a yeah. And I guess just I'll give 3. No. Yeah, 2 threat for a third time.
For an additional 2 threat, you can benefit from an advantage. Someone out there sees you poking around and wants to help. But they'll stay out of the way if you don't want them to help.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll spend 2 more. Love
Okay.
threat.
As she's digging around, she runs into someone else in the system, and it's a, whoa, no, I'm not trying to stop you. What are you doing? I'm doing this. Oh,
Let me open the door for you.
I can help you with
Yeah.
that. I'm already here. Like, oh, okay.
Okay. On 3.
Argument to assist with control security, potentially?
You could, yeah. As an assist,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And I've got investigative techniques, so
Yeah.
I didn't, apparently. Oof.
That's what you get.
Yeah, it is.
Slacker.
Unfortunate.
Station.
Station uses computer science.
Alright. Computer science.
Oh,
Do
yes,
we
you are
have
station person now.
I am, yeah. It's wonderful, I love it.
Nope.
Okay, nothing from the station.
Oh.
Yeah.
Station was almost like, nah.
Yeah. Seriously? 19.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You gained 1 so far.
Gain 3, because you spent a determination.
Gain 3.
Oh, gained 3.
determination.
You're correct, yeah.
Yeah.
You owe me 7 challenge dice, please.
Alright. 7 challenge dice.
Alt tab, please. Oh.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So 2.
Yeah, spend 2 for piercing. For the resistance.
Oh, it's 1 per 2. That's right. Yeah, so it puts it on
Yeah.
0. So 6 work, which is 1 magnitude.
Up to you if you want to reroll 2 or not, because I think end of this is end of. I mean, unless we Swift or something like that. Or
Yeah, I
spend
don't
2 to maintain.
I don't think rerolling 2 is super efficient here.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's 2 momentum to have it go. Not a swift task, but it's you going quickly. It's an
Right.
extended task spend.
And you wouldn't accept 1 momentum, 1 threat, I assume.
I would. I'll take threat.
You would.
I'll take 2
I
threat
do
even
that.
if you
We
felt
should probably
inclined.
Find out what we learn first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That first the first breakthrough will tell you that.
Oh, and advantage from the hacker people. I don't know what that gives us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have asked you if you wanted resistance or difficulty lowered. That was my mistake.
Oh, well.
Difficulty?
So you actually gain another momentum.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So the first magnitude that you learn is that you're not the only one looking into it. The Kryptonauts are looking into it as well. They want to know who those people are. Though
Okay.
likely, although the hacker does share with you that they are looking into it likely for different reasons, but if you don't ask too many questions of what their reasons are, they're not going to ask too many questions what your reasons are.
Yeah.
But that gives you an indication that you're not the only one who finds these people suspicious, and that this group is, if nothing else, this group isn't the one trying to hide it from you. They're not the ones who did it. They're the ones trying to find the information.
Yeah.
You know, tacit cooperation for the moment until we later have to arrest them, but that's a different matter.
Exactly.
I mean, Kovic has to arrest them, not us, unless, you know, we'll find out. Shall we spend the 2 and try again?
Let's.
What's the next roll?
The next roll is going to be reason science, as you're poring over the files that you have in front of you.
All right.
And that
Well,
went
I'm
down
still
to
pretty
diff
good with
3.
that.
Because magnitude was weak, right? That's how that works, I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless the GM spins it back up, which.
Squint.
Yeah, that's what I'm squinting to see if it's
leave
get
it at
altered at all.
I'm going to leave it at 3 at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Continue with an analysis focus.
I guess I'll shave off some of the work, because there's a concerted effort to hide this information. I'll shave some of the work off.
Okay.
Yeah. Can't wait for the defense minister to be behind one of these groups. What?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like that's a foregone conclusion at this rate. Do I have anything that helps with this? Really? Not really. Just good stats.
We've got good things to be sneaky about it, but we're not
Yeah.
currently needing to be sneaky about it.
Exactly.
No one's catching us yet.
Yeah. I'll ask for the reliable talent again here, I guess.
Yeah.
Clearly, passionate just means you do it faster because you're so passionate about it.
Exactly.
And you can poke that hiker group for help again. It just costs 2 threat because you're involving a hacker group into your investigation.
You know, I think we're fine, probably. To be like, oh yeah, we got the door in from these people. We're not going to continue sharing everything.
Yeah.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see, it's 1 towards difficulty with the trait reliable and God. I don't think anything else helps. Yeah. I'll give 3 threat.
Oh, just to warn you, I'm going to use reliable as a way to curb your first complication.
Okay.
No. The
Not
difficulty's
yet. Okay,
still
got it.
3. Yeah, just so you know.
Got it.
It's I didn't make a mistake. What do you want about button?
Mm-hmm. I figured that's a thing.
Okay.
That's a thing.
You know, that seems like it might be useful.
Yeah, that quashed that one.
I mean, she does have bold science as well, but...
Yeah. So let's see what all the other assists roll, and then I'll see about re-rolling any of her dice.
Alright, I'll again ask if
Station.
assist could be security, just for going through this from the slightly different
Mhm.
perspective. Yep. Let me
Station's not loving the rolls
press
today.
the button again. No, I apparently didn't. Good
Must
lord.
you? Must you?
Apparently so.
Alright, fine. Spend a determination towards the same value again. Just gonna tweak things. Just gonna go through a back door here. Not supposed to be in this part of the system. It's alright though.
Didn't you already spend your determination?
She is too.
She gets 2
Oh, right,
because
yes.
of constant presence.
Roger.
So, I'm re-rolling 3 dice. Much better.
Good golly. All right.
You know, there's the potential I can quash my own, maybe.
Can you?
Depends. I forget if I can use the middle on it or not if I'm assisting.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because it generally needs to call
Unsuccessful
out.
roll, I think.
Yeah, usually the game calls out task roll versus assist roll.
Fair enough.
Most rolls are task roll. Most stuff affects very few things call out assist.
Nothing I can do then.
I have all the talents that call out assists.
So
Literally.
you generated
Not all of them, but,
1, 2, 3, 4. You rolled 5. Target was 3, so you generated 2.
Yep.
You could quash it with your momentum.
Yeah, probably a good idea to do that.
Okay.
But, you know,
You owe me 6 challenge days.
really not being helpful right now.
6.
7.
It's called cheating. 7. You're right.
All right, just wanted to make sure.
Because it's always 2 plus the relevant thing.
Yeah.
that's just book.
Yeah, I know.
3, 4, 5. Currently doing 1 mark.
We'll spend 2 threat on piercing.
So that's 5. That is enough for magnitude.
Yep.
The second magnitude, that as you're pouring over the data, it's very thorough. Whoever did this had is at least a security rating of 4, so they're not the best of the best at this sort of thing, but they're no slouch. This is someone this is someone who does it professionally. Most people don't go beyond a skill rating of like 2 is an enthusiast, 3 is someone who either really loves it or this is their job. This is what they do. And beyond that, you have no reason to go to 4 unless you're academic or that is you're a person who does this all the time. I'll also highlight that this is within the. So far, it's within the capacity of an FIS person to have done this. But it's also possible that it could have been an alpha or beta quadrant other species. So, but it is something that it would require a warp-capable species, because the way computing works in this far future, as it were, is that it is difficult. Like, throw me a 21st century person into the system. I'm like, I understand. You're using different systems than I ever have seen before. I can't even begin to figure out what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that someone needs some level of post-warp understanding of computing.
And we knew there were 2 different, like the Romulans were one group and the Betazoids were a different group.
I'll highlight this is all done by one. This is all done by one actor.
Oh, so there are 2 different groups hired by 1 actor.
But from there, swing the camera away. New scene. Let's look at Kovac and Namoth here, as I believe you two are looking over the office of Sarana. Sayrana.
For the record, when
Yes.
relevant time-wise, probably Kovac and Haifa getting pinged with that particular information, being as relevant to both of them.
Say again, sorry?
So,
When relevant time-wise, I think both Haifa and Kovac are getting pinged with the information of,
Okay.
which is
what's
basically that both the Kryptonauts and somebody else has been hired to find out who these. Okay.
The Kryptonauts one are helping us, are investigating the same thing. We're not going to say helping us investigate. We'll just say that
Right.
yeah, we know they're investigating the same thing. Both the Romulans and the Betazoids, while being 2 different groups at the docks, are working for the same person.
Ah.
Like at the docks, it seemed like they were 2 separate groups. That's true. but they're both working for the same boss. If they know that or not, it's not clear yet, but that's what it is.
Okay, cool. I missed that last bit.
Yeah,
So
no worries.
I'm going to give the GM one threat here at the start of a scene. For well-informed, what's the Ministry of Defense up to on the station?
Depending.
They are of course doing the normal day-to-day stuff, but people are noticing. So they're, to draw an analogy, they are very similar to Starfleet, except more militant, more self-defense force rather than exploration force.
Right.
So their presence on the station isn't alien to people. But it is weird. What's odd to people is that their presence is on places outside in higher numbers, in higher than regular numbers, I should say, because some people go for burgers, so they do go to the recreational deck. That does happen. But yeah, most of the time they're in the command nexus on level 7.
Right.
That's most, or they're on level 1 where the docking facilities are, or level 10 guarding the power generators. Things like that. Like, they're in highly defended places that need to be defended to preserve the station and protecting the people who work there. You don't generally see them in the scientific enclave or the culture exchange unless they're off duty or they're being asked to be security. But then if it's something that isn't like of the infosphere as a whole, it's just the station. That's the harmonizer's job. You're maintaining harmony, they're maintaining defense. Those are different roles. But they're like kind of everywhere now. Where there's harmonizers, there's these people. If there's Starfleet, there's these people. Not that they can't be in the Starfleet section, where ops and everything is, but they usually don't, other than people who are working there, like Sayrana. Like, Sayrana is FIDF, but she works in... she's assigned to that, so that's what she does. But now there's people there as well. So that's the thing people note. Like, the Ministry of Defense is a lot more active than it normally would be on Halanak, because they're mostly a space thing. You don't see... I mean, the station is a space thing, but it's like the station's more of a capital city to the infosphere. That, you're more... it's like seeing police... It's like seeing military in your capital. It's like, well, we have police here. What are the military doing here in such numbers? What's wrong? And they're always told, nothing's wrong.
Right. So basically there's more of them, and they seem to be in the same locations where Starfleet and the harmonizers are. And I'm assuming that these are not... that it's being noticed because these are not off-duty personnel?
Yeah, they're in uniform.
Okay. Okay, so that was one.
Well, in uniform or wearing badge of office, because some species can't wear uniform.
Right, fair. Okay, so the second question for well-informed. Anybody think of something off the top of your head that I really should ask?
What are you asking, Lordy? Sorry?
I get a free obtain information spend with well-informed. I've still got one more left.
So you just asked what the Defense Ministry is doing.
Yeah.
You could ask what the Klingon's doing, given he's also an intelligence or a spy master, or if there's anything that's been from your contacts about him, or you could ask for a general feeling of the population aboard station with various events going on.
I don't know that Kovic's really that focused on the Klingon ambassador at this moment. Yeah.
Ambassador. It's quote marks. Or if there's anything about the hacker group. Like, if
that's
someone
a good
happens
thing
to hear something and be like, oh, hey, because they're seemingly tacitly on the same side at the moment.
All right. Anything else? Any other word? People talking about that string of numbers, weird computer things going on.
Having looked at, you kind of spend some extra time looking into it a bit yourself, and you notice that the previous harmonizer that you replaced, they were aware of this organization. The FAS has not have heard of the Kryptonauts before, but it's usually something. It appears it's something that only the harmonizer dealt with, and the people that the harmonizer went after. In the past, they've helped the harmonizer hunt down ne'er-do-wells and scammers and fraudsters and such. Usually privately getting information and then handing it off.
Right.
Since your tenure, I'll note, you likely would have noticed over the last 77 Stardates you've been here, maybe a little more when you first got here and got settled. But for the last 77 Stardates, over a little under a month, you haven't heard from these people. Like, they haven't until very recently. You've had other stuff come up, and they didn't chime in. And now they're starting to get involved, but they're not talking directly to you that much. So, and also the previous harmonizer didn't highlight them.
Right. Okay. That is all good to know. So yeah, and also since we're here at the start of the scene in Seriana's office, I'll use a quick survey. So I can ask another question as if I'd spent a moment to obtain information. This one is only like Kovic scanning the room or kind of running his hands over things, immediate senses.
Right.
So coming into Seriana's office where I previously was not very long ago, does it look like anything's been touched, moved, gone through since I was last here?
No.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Nymoth and I are going to try and find out who was messing around in Seriana's records. Now, I'm not looking for the Chrononauts here. I'm looking for before that, because Seriana believed she had proof of what she was doing and the searches she was running and the people she was talking to. But when she went to show Kovic all those logs and everything, they had disappeared. So I'm looking for evidence that somebody was tampering with that, and if possible, figuring out where that tampering might have originated.
I would say Insight, Science, difficulty 4.
Right. If someone was to grab Nymoth. I think Kovic's insight is like 1 better, so Kovic can lead.
Someone else could grab name off because Kovic is rolling.
Sure.
Forensics and criminalistics is a focus.
Yeah.
Okay. Intuitive is a trait.
I'll take it.
Okay. I think that's about all the good I can do there. We have no momentum on the table, so I'm just going to go ahead and give you 6 for a full minute. Okay. Wait for Nymoth's assist.
I rolled it before you did.
Oh, yeah, so you did. So, does the station assisting at all?
Computer science.
Okay, so it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We use 2 to quash. So
Alright.
should
Leaves us with
it went down to diff 3, so yeah.
Whatever records were here, beyond the shredded paper, the digital records have been thoroughly wiped. However, you are able to determine that it was not done by it wasn't done by Starfleet or FIDF, and it wasn't done by the Harmonizers. But it was done by somebody who has done this before. Like it's too thorough. It's too exact. There's even little things you check, like a little trick you remember on Iosha. Like, oh, I remember this one thing I did when I took a class on a thing, and no, they covered that too. So it is incredibly thorough. But that kind of it gives away a little bit as well. It's like, well, yeah, but if you're just new to this, you don't just
Right.
You're not. No one new is that thorough. You can ask some follow-up questions with momentum if you wish, but that is the bulk of the information that's the big answer you get.
Okay. So now let's have lead investigator click in, which gives me 2 bonus momentums after a successful task to investigate a crime.
Very good. Which, yep.
So, okay. They've definitely done it before. Is this, are the techniques they're using, or does it appear the technology they're using, is it FIS standard or beyond? And by FIS standard, I'm including like Harmonizer and what he knows of military FIS capabilities.
It isn't standard to FIS practices in computing.
Okay.
It's something they could do, but it's, from what you know of, even the criminals in the FIS, this isn't how they would. If they were going to do it, this isn't how they do it. And actually, I'll highlight even further. Among the FIS, it is the destruction of information. Obfuscating information is one thing. Destroying it this thoroughly is, I wouldn't say it's taboo, but it'd be very disturbing to most of the FIS species. That would really bother most of them. There are outliers, but in general, it'd be against what they are as a civilization.
that was the momentum spent, right?
Nope, that
No,
was one of the
a
freebies.
bonus. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So probably not FIS. Trying to figure out what I might be able to learn from absence of evidence. Okay. Is there a way to tell where the intrusion was done from?
I'd be able to narrow it down. If it's on station, I'd narrow it down to a level.
Okay.
If it's from the planet, I would say it's from the planet because it's too big and remote for me. But if it's on station, it's the security network would narrow it down very fast. But it would stop at a level because at that point it gets harder to figure out what precise console.
At that point, another roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, let's see if station or planet or shipboard. I guess you'd be able to tell me that too.
Yeah, if it was from a ship, I would say it's on a ship off station. Level 2. It's on station.
Just a sec while I pull up the Halanak station levels. That's the function. Diplomatic nexus. Huh. Well, that's
That
going to
makes
be fun to
things
try and investigate.
That makes things interesting for you, doesn't it?
Yes,
Sure
yes, it
does.
does. Okay. Let's see. Any
Don't you
other
just
freebies
love-
I can throw here? Oh, yes, actually. Does this count as investigating a crime scene?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so there's another freebie from Constable.
Very good.
Oh, this is what he's good for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my man has no rerolls, but you know, if he can ask the right questions at the right point.
Let's get all the information. You don't need rerolls.
Right.
Just ask who's guilty. There we go.
Right. Yeah.
Done.
Who
Like-
done it? Okay. So this is a question off of figuring out who cleaned out the information. It's coming from diplomatic levels. Okay. Kovic is from the Alpha Beta Quadrant, wherever Irish is.
It's in the
He's
Alpha.
from Federation, yeah. Does he recognize this style of hack? I mean, is there anything there that's like, oh, this is probably Klingon, this is probably Romulan, or this could be some Federation? Is there any like telltale that might?
Is there an affiliate language? To the
Yeah,
hacking?
yeah, some sort of style associated with it.
I can answer that. This would conform with a. It's in an organized and amalgamated process that would almost make you think it is Federation, some sort of organization within the Federation. You know, it's not Starfleet, so it's not them, and it's not any of the known. Like the Orion Syndicate might be something one might think. But again, it doesn't follow that. There's too many elements of things that aren't Federation. Certain little tricks, little programming nods, that give senses of Klingon and Romulan techniques. But the bulk of it is kind of this mishmash. So this indicates that whoever this is, they're likely a freelancer or some sort of mercenary, and likely are, and then have been further strengthened by said group. Problem with that answer is that there's actually a few organizations like that.
Right.
But it's
right.
nothing.
Okay.
It's nothing. You do know for sure it's not state sponsored. Like that. There's that kind of jumps out at you when you think more and more about it. It's too It's, if anything, it's too effective, but it's not brutal enough for any one faction. Like Starfleet intelligence has a way of doing things. Romulan intelligence does things. That sort of
Right. Okay. Fair enough. So my next thing will be to lean over the terminal and type in 315.798. Enter.
For 2 momentum or 2 threat, they can show up.
Let's do it with Jomentum. I cannot believe that.
Momentum, huh?
Well, I mean, the sad thing is it comes from Joe Lieberman. So way back in the day.
The screen goes blue. You see the numbers 315.798 pop onto the screen. And you see a little text parser appear at the bottom of the screen.
Okay. So I type in, hello, folks. Nice to see you're back. Ooh.
How can they help, Kovic?
Yeah, I'm typing.
Oh, you're typing to him. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, if we're going to do it that way, I'll read it out once I'm done.
Fair
Good
enough.
question, and thanks for helping my friend earlier. So, someone hired a black hat to really ruin my favorite slime's day. Fortunately, they seem to have hung their hat on level 2, which makes my life difficult. Not so interested in making trouble for an honest working being as making trouble for whoever hired them. Makes sense, sounds personal and professional. I fear that the personal element was accidental, and the personal element dangerous. Gerous, Inslee, to a whole lot of people. Usually that goes, one begets the other.
A video feed of you walking along with dope stick in mouth, scowling at something.
What do you need us for? You're the hard-boiled harmonizer.
Another image of you leaning against the wall. Another one of you sitting at a bar.
Then the live video feed of you in the room right now.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
yeah.
It's hard-boiled. No, that's a hard-boiled egg. Cracks real easy. Against brick walls like immunity. Because a hard-boiled egg cracks real easy against brick walls like diplomatic immunity. And sometimes even a good flat foot needs some help. Can't spell tonight.
Don't worry, you'll get there.
Always
Just
aim for
have
the
to
head.
believe.
If I can find a thread to pull on, I can unravel things, even if I have to start at the hem, but I need a thread. If I can find a thread to pull on, I can unravel things, even if I have to start at the hem, but I need a thread.
Fair enough.
The screen changes, and you can see bricks of latinum appear on the screen, kind of piled on each other. But it's more of like a graphic than it is an actual video feed anywhere. The amount would equate to about 6 opportunity or 6 escalation worth. It's a silly amount of money. Is what I'm driving at.
I'm a fan of favors, always assuming that said favors don't stretch the envelope to the breaking point. Boy, Kovic is mixing metaphors like a kitchen
An ocean. um.
We all know that Minister Jaffa is just a pawn in the hands of the gold.
So true.
Thank God somebody got a Stargate joke.
I love Stargate.
I suffered an overdose of Stargate when I watched like 6 of the seasons back to back in a couple of months, and I feel like I'm gonna take a couple of years off, and then I'll come back and fill in some more.
I mean, that's fair. I watched because
that's back when they still did like 20 episodes of hour-long TV per
Yeah.
season per year
Right.
of like mainline TV shows.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, I
rewatching.
finished-
Well, shit! Look at that.
I watched through SG1 while I was like doing stuff for college, so it all kind of blurred together in a way. But
I had to repeat several at least one class of my first semester of college because I found Netflix and Friends kind of at the same time.
yeah.
And that took more time than studying did up that semester.
Okay.
College is a wonderful time.
And now I think I'm going to buy myself some time.
You
Hopefully.
do that?
Yeah. I'm going to reach out and call in a favor with the presiding speaker. Caveat, I need to find out this bit of information first. Is the presiding speaker like the president of the United States in that they're commander-in-chief and the civilian head of the armed forces?
No.
Okay.
Think more Westminster system. They're the Speaker of the House, sort of thing. But in the FAS system, they are the voice for the assembly that speaks to aliens. So instead of you talking to each individual member of the assembly, it's like no, alien, hey everybody, we need to vote who's going to talk to other governments because we don't have a president per se or a king. You're the presiding speaker. Also, since you don't have just one job, 'cause that sounds kind of boring. You also will help us stay in order during session, so we don't just ramble forever.
So he's not like prime minister. He's not like head of government.
Yeah, they don't technically have that. The closest that exists is the presiding speaker. And the various ministers of the cabinet who are the heads of each of their individual tasks, like the director of intelligence or the minister of defense. But when you're talking to the government in general, the presiding speaker is usually your best bet. Either they know what you need to know, or they can point you to who in the government can do what you're doing.
So it's like the Westminster system before all of the great offices of state were put in one person.
Yeah.
Where and there's no king. So this guy is just the foreign secretary and the speaker. So the defense minister doesn't answer to anyone other than Parliament there's no person he answers to.
Right, he answers to the assembly. That's why it's a big deal being called before the assembly, because that means you've done something outside of your role. That's worth getting a medal over, or you're not going to have that role anymore. Okay, and there might be legal charges, but it's like,
Coalition negotiations must be a nightmare with these people.
Yeah. All right, so okay. Then that favor's not going to work quite like I had thought it would, but I think I can still make it work. I'm going to take out my portable device and do just a quick, open access. Here's about the ministers of government, and see if Jaffa's still largely weirdly unfilled out is public information.
It is.
Okay. So I'm going to contact the presiding speaker and say, hey, isn't it interesting that the Minister of Defense really has very, very little information, to the point where one might suspect he was withholding information from the FIS. Would be good if somebody looked into that with, some alacrity, perhaps, given the recent, almost starting a shooting war with the Federation kind of thing.
Do you want to fire your favor?
Yeah, I'm wanting to fire the favor so that, one way or another, the presiding speaker will keep the minister and his, office and staff a bit too busy for at least a little while to worry about assuming things. Either that or it's just going to kick things off way early. That might work too.
You don't get the presiding speaker directly, but because of the favor, because he's in the middle of the whole Harbinger thing question. However, his stat very quickly, like as you're about to step away and do something else, because you expect it's going to take a bit for it to get to him on the floor for him to read it and respond. You get a response almost immediately, which means some poor sod ran in there, told them the thing, and then had to immediately run out.
Right.
The presiding speaker wishes to know if you wish there to be a assembly inquiry, or if you wish to have the situation clarified in person.
Ooh.
And that's just the staff are sending the message. It's they're just reading off something they were handed.
So is that basically offering to set up a meeting between me and the Minister of Defense? The second option, or
Insight Command difficulty 2. They unfortunately the presiding speaker is a little vague. They're not trying to be vague, they just were vague.
Insight Command difficulty 2, you say?
Yep.
Okay, intuitive as a talent?
I would take
trait?
that,
Yeah, okay.
That makes sense.
So I'll give you a threat for the third die. Just hopefully I can make this. Yay! Glad I did that.
Just made it.
Yeah, right.
It's a meeting with Varys in particular. They're going to excuse themselves and talk to you directly. There's a hint that they can help you stall if you want. Like if you want him to throw an investigation at it, and you know that such inquiries take time because there's a lot of people. There's a whole mechanism that needs to be fired. But Virus himself may be willing to talk about something about personal knowledge that they have about the situation.
Yeah. Then the latter. I'll take the sewing it up personally.
Okay. We'll end the scene there. You start making your way up to the speakers.
Serpentia, I wonder if she's around. I'm going to run away with her next time.
All of our momentum is gone.
And we look to Thralic.
All right. Well, so assuming nothing immediately pressing comes up onto my desk.
Well, since you asked that question.
Yes, I have to ask that question.
You didn't have to, you just could. But you should. Yeah, you get a ping from Ops.
All right.
Captain, we have a situation.
I'm on my way. And I'll head up.
To the bow.
Doesn't go anywhere.
Situation report.
We have a distress call from a FIS Sorry, the GM forgot what he was going to do. Sorry.
I see. You called me all the way up here, and you don't even...
Yeah, no, that's still correct. A Federation civil freighter has sent out a distress call. Their warp drive has failed, and they're stranded currently. They're just we're the closest. This station's the closest point. We can forward this to Project Enduring Friendship, but didn't know if you wanted to launch the Da Vinci now or not.
Yeah, forward this to Da Vinci. This seems exactly within their mission parameters.
Do you want us to pull up the captain on the line?
Yes, get me Commander Haifa.
Where is Commander Haifa when you're being called? I'll note you now know the information Ryloff told you, because that would have happened by now.
Yeah, I mean it. On the Da Vinci, because it's not anything that's in Haifa's purview, or like it's not in Haifa's skill set, and it's not in Haifa's chain of responsibility
Yeah.
to deal with these.
It's
people.
a nice to know, but it's like I don't
Yeah,
need to know
these
that,
people
but nice
aren't
to know.
actively a threat. It's just we're uncomfortable with them because of their gray status.
Mm.
So, we are shaking down the Da Vinci. Haifa is setting the tone for Haifa's captaincy and trying to make a clean break from Thralick's captaincy right now. So lots of active senior officer meetings, lots of going to visit various parts of the ship, drills, these things.
So you're probably like called, but you're probably like in the middle of a meeting, and then you're informed that Captain Thralick is calling from Halanak Station.
Yeah, I'm on the Da Vinci.
Yeah. So I imagine you take it like in a conference room where you are, or something like that.
No, I go to the ready room probably because, as discussed earlier, this is not an alert, and Thralick is not Haifa's commanding officer, just the senior officer in the area.
Yeah.
So,
Mission command.
Yeah, so they can't tell you particulars of exactly how your ship does X, Y, Z, or what happens aboard, but they can inform you of wider issues.
I mean, yeah, if the admiral called, then it's take it wherever it is.
Yeah. Captain's like, you can wait a couple minutes. Unless it's a red alert, then yes, you'll be telling me.
But that would be the same. That'd be the same if like Trailblazer called, right? If Trailblazer called, it'd be I'll take it in the ready room, right? Because he might be an admiral, but he's not in command of me, despite him being able to give me commands.
Yeah.
So
there's a slight delay. Yeah, there's a difference between being, hey, I want to talk to you, to my house is on fire. Oh God, you know. But yeah. So you see Haifa in her ready room.
Captain, we've got a situation that seems up the alley for your ship.
It's good to hear, or I hope it's good to hear.
Federation civil freighter has apparently lost warp at these coordinates. They're requesting assistance.
All right, we'll put the Da Vinci on 2-hour notice, and we will be out as soon as can be arranged.
I'll let them know you're on your way.
I'll close the comms, and then, I'll send out a ping to the station and the ship to alert everyone. You have 2 hours to be on board and at duty stations. We are leaving.
Which includes our good Centurion who gets this message. A 1 hour notice to get to ship. Actually, I have the wrong thing down there. You're not yellow anymore. You have a different color.
Yes.
You are now wearing the color of angry men.
I saw that play over the break.
Nice.
Oh,
Did you
that
like it?
musical.
Well, that just means I have 50 to 55 minutes to continue helping Laura here.
It was.
Depending how long is needed for that.
I said 2 hours. I didn't say 1.
Oh, okay. Then I've got, longer.
I hacked to make it 1. No. Could you imagine? Mobilize this massive hacking enterprise to change a number from 2 to 1. It's like, you could just say it didn't get out. I don't.
That being said, it will be difficult to get underway with the first officer just doing other things.
Yeah, I mean, so
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
So the scene can either bleed over to Thralic or Haifa off the back of that, depending who we want to focus on.
I'm okay if we want to focus on Haifa and then switch back to Thralic.
Okay. So you're aboard the Da Vinci. You sent out your 2-hour notice. There's a fair amount of people already aboard, just because you were helping. You wanted people to shake down. You were talking with the various department heads. I'll highlight that Ven is still in medical aboard station. He's still being looked at. Still not well, so science falls to, I imagine, Hurley.
Oh, is Hurley?
Hurley is senior to Mila,
Okay.
I think.
Yep, he's a lieutenant junior, and she's a ensign.
Feet.
Isn't Hurley also Halanak Station? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think Hurley is
that's true,
Halanak only because the Da Vinci is not dual environment. It doesn't
That's
have
right. So it'd be Ensign Mila. My mistake.
Fair enough.
So Ensign Mila is the one who answers questions and stuff like that. Head of engineering is not you anymore. Also Neodin, apparently.
Well,
You could probably
think
need to make a new NPC for that.
Yeah, I think they're unnamed. It can't be Nidodin.
Like,
It could be.
The ship is too big for that.
it's Click.
It will be Click as soon as I can afford to get you a commission.
Click.
Do not commission Click.
Or you
Or
can
do.
afford to get you a commission, right?
Then you have it's a Sea head of con. Head of security, I believe, is Arias. Has been Arias before.
Yep. It's Arias.
Head medical, Tamina. And no one else worth highlighting. And of course, you have either, the JAG isn't aboard unless you were on a JAG mission and you requested them. Otherwise, they stay on station because that's normally where they work. So Cham helping you get into the shifting to your new role and stuff, because Rylef would be helping with this, but Cham's kind of the command administrative person who knows a lot of the crew and helps out with that sort of thing. Sort of a third officer at this point.
I don't think Cham is there. I think Cham is in command of the observation team that's on.
Oh, I take that back.
Yeah.
Sorry, never mind. You're right. Forgot about that. So
yeah, he's currently tied down.
But one person who happens to be aboard, more as an exchange, like they're not permanent staff, they're just on the Da Vinci A, like learning about this model of ship, and they were kind of already here to begin with, and then you gain a command like, oh well, I should let know. Hi, I'm here, and that is one. Lieutenant Sheena seems to be here. Of the Lovek.
I don't know who that is.
Don't worry, I do.
Hold on a second.
Was the Lovik your spy ship?
Yes.
They're the chief science officer of the Lovek.
Person knows more classified information than the Federation president, I'm sure.
Possibly, yeah. They were trained by Varro.
Yeah.
Right? They're one of they are. They're one of Varro's.
Yep. So you learn that she's aboard. She's not like part of it. She's with the science department, but she's not the head of it because she's not part of the permanent staff. She's just over here to look at the Abena class, learn more about it, how its computer systems work, how does quantum slipstream work. Oh, hey, I'm learning about Halanak Station. That's something that the Lovek should probably know, so I'll look into that. But she's assigned to the Da Vinci until she's exchanged back to the Lovek. In turn, one of your officers is over on the Lovek doing something. An unnamed person.
Talents.
Huh?
I'm just gonna quickly fix her sheet because I'd never updated it after the
big change.
sheet change thing.
Yeah, your ship, your crew.
Is there anything? I guess. If there's nothing wrong with the ship, then I'm just waiting to find out if Rylov is going to make it on the ship or not before
I mean,
we
he
leave.
will make it on the ship.
You can call
probably,
him, see what he's up
the
to.
50 minutes thing is probably a good, like, I've got 2 hours, I'll spend an hour doing this.
Yeah, then you might want to resolve that first, because I have no reason to not trust him
Yeah.
at this moment.
Then I would ask, is there any preamble you do for the mission on ship, or?
Do we don't really know anything except the astral spirit is having core issues. I guess. What type of warp core do they have?
Give me reason engineering, difficulty 1, assisted by computers engineering.
What else? I think that's it. Traits, talents, focuses, yeah.
Reason security.
Oh, sorry. It doesn't change anything. So, 2 in a comp.
Two in a comp. So you gain 1.
Yeah, 2 in a complication, I think you said.
Yep. Mr. Mouse, hello. What happened?
Uh,
There we go.
Things seemed to jump for a second. Yeah, that was weird.
It has a. Why'd it move? Darn it. I was looking up something and it clicked away. Anyone else found that you looking up stuff on wikis is getting slower these days because of all the ads?
Yeah.
It's gonna take. So it is a Mark 6 warp drive, which puts it at about warp 7.6 or so in speed. So it's a civil model. It's meant for freighter ships to be putting around. They don't really need to go much faster than that.
All right.
But complication-wise, getting a certain table in front of me. You also know that they have a certain old model that has a particular short that causes its weapon systems. If the engine's failing, then the weapon systems basically fail as well. Which civil freighter is not a thing they usually worry about. That's more like their that does affect their tractor beam system. That's part of the that's their sole weapon system. Beyond any phasers they may or may not have, which I don't think civil freighters come with those. They might have them.
I think they can have phasers, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, asteroid
Right,
mining
yeah, so.
stuff. Or, all right, then I'll put the call down to engineering, to the chief engineer. While he's getting the ship ready to get underway, I want to assign Click and a squad to start replicating the 10 most likely to fail components on this type of reactor and familiarize themselves with the reactor system. So that in all likelihood, if we get there, we'll already have done most of the work to fix this.
That would create a reason engineering difficulty 3 assisted by structure engineering to get that all for Click to get that settled and look into it and get all the parts replicated. There is a succeed at cost. If he does whiff on this, he will eventually do it. It's just that it will cost opportunity and it'll cost some opportunity on site for him to, because he won't have had.
Right.
He'll be spending time researching rather than having it already replicated by the time you get there.
Can I assist with presence command?
You certainly can.
Okay. So Click repair protocols.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Reason.
First day on the job. First command.
Am I allowed to use my traits on my die to affect the complication, not the difficulty?
It might affect the complication, yeah. If there's a trait that makes sense to pull it back. I can
Project manager.
Yeah, I'll let you shave up that comp. Given what you're doing.
Okay, so diff 3, take 3 threat for 4 dice and bold. Reroll the whiff. So it looks like a total of 6.
6 plus ship, structure engineering.
You got it, Hiva?
Oh, I can.
Yes. You
Yeah,
you are the captain now.
Lorelok doesn't get the roll anymore. She's not allowed. Not her ship. It's your ship. Don't let her take control of it.
I didn't know
I'm not
rolling on
trying
the ship
to.
was only a thing captains can do.
It's more just a tradition. It's not a real rule.
Tradition.
I had when the last time I captained a ship in a STA game, I had people for that.
Well, you do, but he's not on the steer right now. You're letting him do what he wants. You gave him a whole 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah. Oh, I can roll the ship.
Yeah, that was everybody be on the ship now and let's get the ship ready to go in the next 2 hours. Not take a leisurely pace to investigate things, but I can't be barking.
They seemed like they were open to interpretation.
Yes, there were
Be at your
many
duty stations
interpretations,
in the next 2 hours.
and you chose
So-
all the wrong ones.
No, 'cause
Get a milkshake. Hit the holodeck real
But hey,
quick.
I'm being magnanimous. I'm not looking into it. I'll just let it go.
So 4 momentum gained. They probably unsealed a self-sealing stem bolt. That's the nature of all these problems. One stem bolt goes out and the entire hive can collapse.
that sounds like bad design for the hive.
Larvae
civilian.
everywhere.
Now I imagine the largest proportion of the Zindi insects GDP is tied up in stem bolt manufacturing.
Where do you think everyone gets them? They're
right.
really reliable when it comes from Zindi Prime. A little over-engineered though for a self-sealing stem bolt. I mean, they used to not self-seal, but no, they put on it. It has to self-seal. Saves you time. Like, okay. And now everyone laughed at them, and it's like, well, we laughed, but man, that's useful.
Now you have to
Because time is something we don't have a lot of, human.
Where are these humans? I don't know that we have one.
in the wall.
Oh
They're-
gosh.
They're a mythological,
Isn't Mila
hell
human?
creature for the Zindi.
No, she's Ardanian, huh?
Yeah, that her geological thing came up once, and it was like really relevant.
Yeah. I was so proud of that.
No, you're
Oh.
right, huh? All of the humans have vanished. We did have some, and then we moved ship.
I mean,
Um,
Haifa does predominantly appear as a human, but it's not the same.
Yeah, between you and Click, you're able to get some materials replicated and get some research on that particular model of warp drive. And then we flip over to Relic. New scene. Unfortunately, Throg's not here, so we flow over to Tal Aura because I remember how to read Discord.
Yeah.
Tal
Oh,
Aura?
Talos,
No,
like,
not Ryloth, just Tal Aura. Ryloth's not
Yeah,
relevant.
okay.
He's a support character now.
Yeah.
No, it's Ryloth.
naturally.
If he doesn't show up on time, he'll be a support character.
Hey, I mean, listen, you gave a 2-hour time frame. That sounds like we're going, but it's not the most urgent thing, to be honest.
So, you gonna take another crack at your investigation?
Yeah, what's the next stage of the investigation? Because it might be Rylov relevant at that point. We're at 2 out of 4.
Was reason before, so now it's insight plus. Oh god, why are you open? Edge, go away. Where's the thing? There it is. Yeah, I'll say insight security.
See, now it does become rather relevant. So it's still a 4 on resistance, difficulty 2 at the moment.
That's being buffed.
I figured as much, but I wanted to say it first.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So tap tap. So first off, difficulty I'll claw back up to where are we at currently?
2
2.
out of 4.
We'll pull it back up to 4. And let's shave off that work. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I overspend. That's okay. I have plenty of threat. This is the stage of the investigation where a lot of the hacking's been done. You pull the data's been pulled, it's been combed through. Now it's a matter of now I need to figure out the mind of the person that did this. Who would do, what interested parties could do this, would want to do this, and had the capacity to do it. So there's a lot of pulling all that and making that relevant to the data set that Tal Aura was able to pull from the computer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The station will be able to assist because you have staff. There's the harmonizer's office. There's people there. They can help you with computers security because there are people there.
Charming. Lovely.
Also, you're using their computers.
Yes. In their offices, even.
Yep. 5 Duskars a minute.
Yeah. Up to you if the wary talent is relevant for attempting a task to notice or detect an enemy or hazard.
Yes, wary would fire for sure.
Lovely. That is a reroll rather than difficulty or anything like that. But a reroll is a reroll. It's still useful. Would investigative techniques apply as a focus?
It would.
Okay. If I use the Starcross to double my focus range, because I feel like that today.
Okay, there we go.
And we'll go 2 momentum, and we'll find out how much threat. 2 threat. And I've got 2 rerolls, one from Bold Security, one from Wary. Wow. The likelihood of that is abysmal. I am not fine with that. That is tragic. Oh my lord, my rolls today have been garbage. uh,
It helps with 1.
a ship does help with 1. And Talora's around, but that was being done by the lovely person that's not also still not here. They're
So if Kovic or Haiva could grab Telura.
Ah,
they were rolling with science beforehand, but now it's a security task. But they're assisting, so maybe you can make an argument. Who knows?
security assist. What are we working on again?
Going through and trying to get in the mind of whoever the heck it is that is behind this at the present moment, I believe.
Yes.
We've been
Surveillance
pulling
is
data
a
and
focus?
crunching data.
What was that again?
Surveillance as a focus? Or analysis?
Analysis, yeah.
Okay. So that's security. Star Navy as a trait? Well, that's not really going to help me since it's a.
Assist.
I'm not the lead. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Nice. I'm debating spending my determination to reroll 3 or not. Yes, I will certainly try that. Why not? We don't have any mission directives.
Nope. We know who to blame for that.
Yeah. Clearly. Evidently. Oh, look, Throllic's now back.
Oh, okay. Am I being blamed for something?
This is actually if I have a relevant value. Because this has nothing to do with respect.
When is it ever? No.
I'm doing this to assist Kovic, and that's outside my chain of command. Although Haifa did ask me to look into this, at that present time, I was above him in the chain of command. That's gone all weird. Can't sit around and wait for help. I could be sitting here being like, Kovic, I need you here to do this because I'm using your resources, but no, I'm not asking him for help, that is. I'm just doing it and telling him later. That's the one I can make an argument for.
Which one again?
Can't sit around and wait for help. I could wait for Kovic to come here and do the investigation with him, but I'm telling him about the investigation after or as I'm doing it.
I'll fire that, sure.
Lovely. God damn it, none of the Starcross didn't fire once. I didn't even keep it.
Oh no.
Oh, this could have gone so much better, but it didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes though. So that's 4 momentum gained at least. I will take that.
You owe me 6 challenge days.
4, 5, but it's resistance 4, so that's 1 so far. We'll use 2 on piercing.
That's 5. Puts it up to magnitude 3. Brings the base difficulty down to 1.
How much time did that take if beforehand, and how much time would it have taken if I use 2 momentum?
It would have taken. I would say that would take 2 hours because it's a scene-long thing. But if you shave it down, it would take like an hour. So the second attempt would be the second hour, and you'd be like doing it as by that point, you're probably left there and you're already heading up to the Da Vinci.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the information we require and it's just analyzing or going through and trying to piece things together, then yeah, we can take that to the Da Vinci.
I will say from that breakthrough, it would seem that this these the wiping of the video information and such was almost about to be replaced with like a shadow or an echo information to try to make it look like the video was perfectly fine. Sorry, I just nearly threw myself to the floor. Pro tip: don't mess with your office chair while you're distracted. But yes, they were gonna put a facsimile over it, but the other hacking group basically interrupted them and stopped them from doing that. That's why there was as I recall, there was a graphic briefly of their number showing up. That was not them signing off on clearing the information. That was them interrupting what the other guys were doing. Which indicates to you that there is a skill in organizational imbalance. These people are not on the level of this organized hackers, which again highlights that skill rating 5 versus skill rating 4. And these people, the people who did the hack, don't specialize in hacking. They're good at computers in general, but they don't have like talents dedicated to it, traits dedicated to it. They're not a hacking group. That's not their primary focus. Whereas the Cryptonauts are. That's all they are. So they basically shut them out.
Oh, alright. You mean like that Chen guy has a focus in computers? That's about it. Sorry. I'll use the Legion of Honor to make 2 bonus momentum and use that to cut the time in half and do it again on the way to, or on the Da Vinci.
That's on your way
second
up.
hour of things. So, I got there. Don't worry.
2, 3,
Oh,
4, 5.
I'm on the ship now.
Goodness.
There goes 1, 2 work, 3, 4 of work, and we'll get rid of the last bit of work. Why not?
Oh, okay.
They really don't want you to figure out who did it.
Yeah, that's fine. So, like after the first hour as well, like Kovic's getting that update because that's relevant to him. Actually, particularly relevant to him because he's the one that found the number on that console. So, no, it wasn't them. Well, it was them, but they weren't doing anything nefarious to you. They were doing something nefarious to the nefarious individual in the first place. It's extra layers. What is the second roll? Or the fourth roll? What is the final roll? Using.
So much perfidy on the station.
There's at least 5 individuals to arrest, so that helps you out, I'm sure. If you can find them. Actually, I don't even think you can arrest them. I don't think I found any evidence to arrest them on yet, other than they're working for a bad person.
Who are they working for?
That's what we're currently, I think, trying to find out.
Insight medicine or insight security, as you are now it's narrowing down to, okay, you've eliminated a lot of things. It isn't. It couldn't be this. It can't be these people, because there are so many different species with various organizations and factions and sub-factions. It's like you need to narrow this down to a reasonable number of people. You've done that. Now who is it? Which one of these groups is it?
I also just realized I should have probably been at 1 complication higher, but I didn't hit that complication range anyway.
Oh, that's
or
good.
Not on anything that I didn't reroll. So, yeah.
At this point, you'd be using the Da Vinci's numbers rather than the station because you're on the ship now.
Yeah. But I just realized mistrust Klingons probably plays into this.
That would have fired for sure.
Yeah.
That's a comp increase. I wouldn't raise difficulty. If you want a Klingon station doing it, then I'd raise difficulty.
Oh, certainly. No, but I wonder what one we're going to do. Insight security, please. Unless Talora particularly wants to do it and then do the reading, but possibly not. Insight security. Investigative techniques. Yeah, mistrust Klingon, so I'll up my complication this time because I'm sure that's still playing into it.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Because that could pull you off.
Yeah. And
On a
then
tangent.
The wary talent, but not the wary trait, I don't think.
No, yeah, you're correct.
I've got a second one of those. Let's do the second one of these. You get 4, not 6.
Nice. Yeah, it's better than 0.
It is,
I'm not going to
yes.
complain.
Holy shit.
Wow, that rolled.
That's no help from me.
My rolls today are not great.
Oh my god.
You know, Haifa, you could choose a different XO. It doesn't have to be Ryloff. It
They're gonna hack into your brain.
Go
could be an
away.
unnamed XO.
I will fight you.
You don't have to fight me. You have to fight Click, who's about to be promoted.
Hey,
Several steps.
listen,
Brevet Commander. What? Lieutenant Commander, sorry.
Good lord.
Some impressive rolls.
Yeah, how about 38? Well, I mean, 38 means nothing. Injury upon injury, as the episode title, where I've got encryption, intelligence, acquiring information, investigation, and command listed down as things that have occurred during that episode.
Hold on.
Yeah, injury upon injury.
Oh, yes. Yep. I had to look up where in time it was.
No, that's fair. That is very fair. But I'll use that and reroll
Where
3
in time?
shockingly.
Yes, that does fire, sorry.
Also, I mentioned you can't sit around and wait for help because, I mean, I potentially could have put this off. Actually, no, I can't put it off because I do have 4 attempts at it, and that's it. So if I put it off, then there's no more chance to follow this up. So you definitely can't sit around and wait for help. I'm doing this now.
Yeah.
Me, myself, and Talora, but I already sent her here.
Yeah, because you're going to be on a mission here in a second. It's like,
Yes.
I need to do it now, otherwise I won't really have time to do it.
Okay, good. None of those are complications. Do I keep it? I don't keep it again. God
Nice. Thank you, Dice.
damn it. They like you today, apparently, not me. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the Da Vinci.
Da Vinci
Da Vinci was
rolls
doing-
computers plus security.
Bah. It helped. Look at that. Thank you, Da Vinci. 6. Okay, that's 6 on a 4, so we still made 2. Somehow.
On a 4? You mean a 5, right?
5. Did you up it to 5?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, never mind. You're on a 5.
So gain 1. 1 momentum. And give me 6 challenge dice, please.
That's rude of you. I just thought you upped it back to what it started at for some reason.
Normally I do, but
You
I was
did up it surpassed, yeah. And then we've got 2 to spend on piercing, so we'll do that.
spending 2 momentum to pierce.
Yes, which would be the final breakthrough we needed. Unless I horribly misremembered something.
Nope,
in which
you're right.
case-
So you've narrowed it down. So it's freelancers, but they're not freelance hackers. They're someone who's familiar with alien computer systems. Well, they do work out here in the Shackleton. They'd have to. Okay. Oh. And that's when you look into it more and more and you're getting ready to get going. It is someone you've already encountered before, which is why it's very relevant, the one you chose. This was done by the Consortium of Tay, a mercenary organization that has been hired by various individuals, various powers, big and small, in the Alpha and Beta quadrants. primarily made up of Federation, Romulan, and Klingon species, but they operate on the edge of legality. Have been known to be... they're not primarily a hacking group. They're sort of a catch-all freelance group, a troubleshooting group. Hence the weird mishmash of hacking skills, because they're a multi-species mercenary organization.
Were they the ones that were smuggling stuff for...
Yep.
Yep, that was them. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I remembered who they were correctly.
The same ones. And since you completed it, I'll also let you know that for them to have done this on Halanak Station, one of the powers on Halanak Station had to have let them do it. Like, you need a high level of access, and that's not something the consortium could do on its own. They're influential, but they're influential because of the people who hire them.
Yeah, they get their access from who hires them, and then they do the job they're hired to do.
Right.
But they get their toehold from someone hiring them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll pass that on to Kovic, because that's important. And
so it's either it's Federation. The biggest players, of course, that are here that have a presence: Federation, Klingons, and Romulans.
Yeah. No, we'll pass
or the FIS, but again, I'll tell you for free, it can't be. The FIS wouldn't destroy. Really, they would hide it or put it somewhere. That sort of thing.
Well, this is someone working against the current structure of the FIS.
Yes.
I believe you also found my hackers.
Yes, I mean, I think we were following the same lead from different angles, in a manner of speaking.
Works.
Yeah, but no, Kovic will get filled in on that, or he'll get the message of that. I think Thralik will also get a message of that, because it's something happening on the station she's in command of. It's relevant to her.
Yep.
Haifa can be made aware. I mean, I'm on the ship now, so this is probably happening on the bridge, the final part of this thing. Just like yes, I'm here, I'm doing things as well, don't worry.
like doing your executive officer stuff and this as well as a side project.
It's probably why there was 3 complications for a minute there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I am multitasking like hell. It's not great.
Centurion, why am I getting the psychological profiles of various species in the Alpha Quadrant? I'm not sure how that's relevant. Oops, that's not meant for you. Okay.
You know, sent you the wrong file. We're ready. We're good.
Will new scene over to Thralik.
All right.
So, you've gotten some updates from the Da Vinci A is about to be underway.
Then I will tell the crew in the command center that I will be in my ready room or
Good.
office, whichever one it is that technically I'm supposed to be in. I don't know if there is a ready room or if it's that the office functions as that.
The office kind of functions at the commander's ready room. The commander's ready room. The station commander's ready room is closest to operations.
Right. So I think it's like I'll be in my office. Let me know if anything else comes up.
Acknowledge,
over there.
aye, sir.
And I am going to try and get onto a subspace call with one Captain Varder Radoon. We have a lot to talk about.
Boop, boop, boop.
Did I fix the sheet? I think I fixed the sheet.
I am going to claw one opportunity away from you because you have to get into contact with Varder, who is somewhere in the Shackleton, and so there's a bit of and you don't have the benefit of the subspace network of the Federation, so you're kind of having to you're having to talk to other Starfleet ships, going, "Have you seen the Lovek?" So that way you don't have this, because otherwise you're gonna have this long lag time that will make this call basically not helpful for this for the
Right.
Don't worry, you
Time
can
frame.
also ask Sakita where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Smiley face.
Eventually, between some get-to ships and Starfleet ships, you're able to get to the Lovek. You're able to get in contact with the Lovek.
Yeah. You have like a signal that's bounced between like 5 different ships, and it's encrypted. Those ships don't know what signal they're passing on, technically.
And if you look into it, Starfleet Security is going to have a very long conversation with you back on Earth. Or,
Yeah.
God forbid, back on Kronos, what? Oh, you peeked into the wrong ship.
Oh, yeah. So, finally get through after having orchestrated that. So, Verdun, nice to talk to you.
Good to see you again as well, she. Remembering that Radun is his first name.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, this is definitely, the captains who know each other type familiarity. All right. So, I've got multiple business things to go over. Which of your duties would you like to start with?
Are we encompassing 1, 2, or all 3?
I think we're going all three here.
Oh. Let's start with the Federation, please. Thank you.
All right. We've got Consortium of Tay involvement in Halanak Station. It's my understanding that you're probably the ranking intelligence officer who's out this far, and this has been a persistent issue in the region. I'm forwarding what my former executive officer just dredged up, as well as some older files, which are mostly supposition on my part, but I think they're accurate.
Okay. I believe there was a report out of Halanak not terribly long ago, a month and a half maybe, regarding the consortium working in the area.
Yeah. We now have more confirmation of the fact, but the more concerning factor is who exactly they're working for. We're not sure yet. I'll obviously be having security here and the Harmonizer's office be looking into it, but there might be stuff further out there that, well, we're not exactly able to look at. There should be a Da Vinci mission report from a while back about some suspicious activity having to do with a potential decoy operation out a little bit outside of FIS territory. I think it might be linked with whoever employed them. I'm not sure yet.
Are you referring to the the photonic vessels projections to the, I believe it was, I'm going to say Galactic South, even though I know that's not the correct term, of
Rimward.
Halanak Station?
Yes, that.
I believe that was reported as a potential Klingon intelligence operation.
Well, again, might be intertwined.
God.
That moves me smoothly into my next point of order. Can you tell me anything about what Commander Chegg is doing on my station?
Commander Chegg, from I believe it's a relatively minor house, traditionalist faction, and he's their spy master. That was me talking, not Barter just then.
Yeah.
He would say that if he knows that. I don't know what he knows about Chegg. I know he's the spy master, so he probably knows that.
Yeah, you would know that much at least, for sure.
For what he's doing, I'm not entirely sure at the moment, but I don't know if I'm doing a roll to figure that out, or if Barter does know something. I'm not sure what Barter is.
So you... Okay.
Because I am sure Oda wants him keeping tabs on Chegg once we're aware he's out here, but
Yeah, it might technically be news to Varder that Chegg is on Halanak.
Oh, on Halanak, probably. The description of how Chegg got out here sounded like a whole bunch of Klingon politicking that I am sure Varder's been made aware of by a probably very upset Oda.
Sounds entertaining.
Upset meaning angry.
Yeah.
Sound about right, Kovic?
Yep.
I'm sure a certain Laura Singer's solution was kill him.
If this is what what Chio is thinking about when talking to Varder is the question you're asking?
About Chegg, yeah.
Oh. Probably
random
doesn't
info.
think about Chegg in that conversation, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Not an important enough matter.
Dismiss him. He's some kind of irritation. Oh. Yeah. All right. Commander Chegg. He has some, let's call them surprisingly larger shoes to fill than you would assume for someone from a house such as his. He is their spy
Alright.
master, but he's also one of the foremost spies of the overall traditionalist faction. I'm reasonably confident you're aware of the divide in Klingon society at the moment. Traditionalists and progressives.
Only passingly, but yes.
Passingly is fine. He is, needless to say, with the traditionalists. Sabgita is the progressives. If he's present, it's likely that he's orchestrating or organizing a operation of for the purpose of furthering their goals of conquest within the Shackleton Expanse. Conquest, subjugation, that vein of things. Very expand the empire through martial means.
Right.
If he can create opportunity for martial means by underhanded means, then so be it. That is the role of Spy Master.
That tracks with my interaction with him thus far.
Exactly how he will achieve this, I'm not certain. He's known to be relatively direct with his own personal action. As in, he oversees. He's close at hand. He's more.
Roughly, Delcia
I
said he
believe
was
the
a
phrase would be old
hands-on
school.
commander.
Yes, the phrase would be old school. Honor is not necessarily an object of his concern.
Oh, wonderful. So I've got a Klingon who's gonna act like a Romulan on my hands.
Yes and no. I wouldn't say like a Romulan.
Well, less like an Andorian at least.
From your perspective, yes.
Right. Normally Klingons aren't that much of a bother, but he was quite a handful. We'll see if I can figure out any more. Thank you, though.
Any conversation you or anyone else has with him is, in some way or another, him trying to get some information. Almost certainly. That is the nature of the business. I hate that I just called that a business, but you know what I mean.
I do. I do.
What else can I help you with?
Well, the last one gets into the weirder stuff. 2 counts. First off, here's what the Da Vinci found out about these harbingers of the Celestial Kingdom. I think that they might have interacted with your big the big spooky things.
Genuine, like, little laugh there, like, oh my god. Okay. Yes, the big spooky things, I am familiar with them.
Well, I'm not.
That is for the best.
Well, I might have gotten a little bit too close this time.
Oh,
These readings, I think my science teams weren't parsing as fully as they could have. There's a fracturing that is no longer noticeable, but I think is still in some way slightly present with myself, Ensign Ven, as well as the Da Vinci as a ship. And I'm not fully satisfied that it's entirely a temporal matter, as well, the situation might have indicated.
The situation you're referring to is not one I'm even fully aware of. Temporal investigations does tend to like to keep Starfleet intelligence out of that. It's their ballpark, not mine.
Right. Well, I think this is relevant for... Right. I have to go through this much at least. So, I talked with one of your... No, I didn't. Well, I did and I didn't talk with one of your people. But that timeline doesn't exist anymore.
You mean
However...
the Watch? Or...
Yeah. One of your watch people.
Okay.
I don't know who exactly. It was all very remote, and she'll kind of move. She moves her antenna around in a way that is very much, like a human just going mumbo jumbo. I don't think it's a gesture that necessarily communicates much, though.
No, I don't think you would catch that.
Yeah.
It's just like... With this, I imagine it wasn't a negative contact.
No,
Some
they,
very strong words right now.
I think they steered me in the right direction. It's all a little vague. However,
Very well.
importantly, I can do this now, and she just starts levitating something. Not directly tied in.
Thumb and forefinger, like, bridge of the nose rubbing, like, oh, okay. Okay, you contacted someone, you don't have anyone at Halanak Station. Well, we do, just not a branch. I forget the name of the other station for some reason.
Narendra.
Narendra. They were on Narendra, I'm assuming? Or did you contact a vessel?
That's the part I don't know. I know that, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jim, but, like, Thralic had kind of like a guidance from the person, not any conversation from the Midnight Watch captain.
That'd be right, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know exactly where they were. I think they were one of your, like, seer people.
Okay. Right, I will talk with the Watch and let them know that something happened but didn't happen. That's... if they don't already know. I hope they do know.
Well, it's my understanding that, well, the entire timeline was different, so they might not know to know.
That was my thought. It's...
Yeah.
That kind of thing is always... let's say complicated and leave it at that.
You're telling me. I have been reading up on temporal dynamics in my spare time because it keeps coming up and I hate it.
Oh, one of those kind of commands. Look, Captain, I mean, you've been asked this question before, in a manner of speaking. Do I need to, or would you like to have someone come and speak to you personally in regards to the Watch?
I think it would be a good idea at this point. Because Look, I've been through some stuff. You know that. We've been through a lot. But that whole, what was it, burning door you talked about?
Yes.
Yeah, I think a couple members of my old crew might have narrowly avoided those during the temporal incident. And I had to pull on some strangely buried memories.
Right. Okay, I can pass it on to the watch. Either someone will be able to drop by, I might have the time to be able to do that myself, and have a your favorite kind of conversation, the serious kind, with you.
Oh, wonderful.
As it is, you already match the criteria for a couple of things.
Oh, well, there's no
That
going
can
back from it now.
No, that is the unfortunate nature of things. But that can be more fully explained to you in a different manner. In person, that is.
Wonderful. Right, subspace communication and all that. Alright. Let's see if there's anything else. It's been a whirlwind over here.
Oh, here, let me forward you something. I was able to locate the file in regards to the consortium that I have. Though I believe you'll want to have, or we'll probably want this line encrypted before I send that over to you. It is
Alright, we can
a
double encrypt.
file after all.
We should really see about getting a quantum entanglement communicator outfitted onto more of the Starfleet ships. They do certainly have the advantage of security.
Helpful, yes. Disadvantageous when running a slim sensor silhouette.
Fair enough.
Do you want us to actually roll to encrypt this, Mr. GM man, funny man,
Funny man with the numbers.
funny man with the numbers?
Say that again, sorry.
Would you wish us to do a roll to encrypt this, or someone to do a roll to encrypt this?
Nah, you're okay.
Okay. Then yes, I'll just send you this lovely file here that I got sent by said funny man just before.
Alright.
It's in my download file somewhere. There it is. There you go. Yes. So that you can see the attachment regarding the dissemination of such. But given the information seems pertinent to your current command, that is
Right.
what I can share with you.
Thank you.
Hopefully it helps.
Hopefully. Well, this is a lot more than I've gotten in a month of badgering command for any information over it, so thanks.
Oh, if I'll ask around. I'll contact who I can and see if anyone is properly available to come talk to you. If not, Lieutenant Sheena is presently aboard the Da Vinci.
Alright.
She was doing a bit of
Da Vinci
cross
is...
training with you, with your vessel.
Da Vinci should be returning to Halanak in a few hours, I expect. A day at most.
No. Good time frame then. Is there anything else, Captain? And congratulations, by the way.
Great, thanks. You know, I thought I'd just gotten a ship. Now I've gotten a station. It's wild. Can't feel that the Admiral was a little eager to foist the whole position off on me, though.
No, that was surprising to find out about Pend. I will say that.
I definitely wasn't expecting him to retire. But
No.
we step up and do our duty where we're needed, right?
Indeed we do, Captain.
Captain. Well,
Keep an eye behind you.
will do. That's everything from me.
Alright. Be cautious. someone will be in contact with you soon enough. And if I do end up finding any or acquiring any pertinent information for you, I'll let you know. As I will inform you if any information is found out about certain other instances around you that is relevant.
Thanks. I'll try not to give you too much extra work out there.
Much appreciated. If that's all, Captain.
Take care, Captain.
Look out.
Boop. And the scene ends with Captain Thralic humming a song.
Yep.
Smiley face.
I know a Midnight Watch song now.
We swap over, new scene, with Kovac stepping into the presiding speaker's office. Decorated as it is.
Thank you for seeing me in such short notice, Speaker Barris, sorry.
Well, my successor being the subject of a harmonizer's curiosity does lend a certain level of urgency.
Successor?
I used to be the Minister of Defense before I changed my role to presiding speaker.
I was thinking the other way around.
So why are you looking to the Ministry of Defense?
Well,
and I say this, I will clarify. I say this not as the presiding speaker, but as a private citizen of the free information sphere.
Fair enough. There's nothing particularly classified. Well, so it turns out that Captain of the Stars, Sariana, who you may or may not know, has become a little bit more militant in her outlook, and has begun lightly politicking for strengthening of the FIDF.
Mm-hmm. A worthy pursuit.
Was looking actually for an ally in this, and doing some very basic research on Minister Jaffa, when she noticed that there was surprisingly very little about him available, particularly surprising for the free information sphere. His biography is comparatively non-existent, to say yours or the other ministers, even the Minister of Intelligence. All this odd, but no red flags, until suddenly I get a request for a warrant from the Minister of Defense's office in his name for Captain of the Stars, Sariana, claiming that she has hacked into their system. I, of course, talked to Sariana. She vociferously denies it, claims that she can show me all of her logs to show that she was just looking up standard stuff. Honestly, I believe her. But all of the records of her searches are gone. Anyone she spoke to denies she spoke to her. They spoke to her. The logs of any communications were wiped. And then, what was the first attempt on her life, or the first attack against her?
Drugged in or outside your office.
The what?
The drugging in or outside your office. When
Right.
exactly the drugging took place is not clear. It's passed out outside your office.
So while we're having a conversation, then the Upantari group suddenly gets information that I've falsely imprisoning and unlawfully detaining her. She walks out to tell them that that's not true, and then falls victim to a paralytic agent that comes close to killing her. A little later, she is assaulted by gas and thrown unceremoniously into a cargo barrel in an attempted kidnapping, which we managed to foil. And suddenly then the Ministry of Defense turns around and cancels their request for a warrant for her arrest, at which point I'm noticing that there are FIDF people in uniform all over the station in places you don't usually see them. In fact, wherever there's harmonizers, wherever there's Starfleet, suddenly there are uniformed military as well. And to the point where I was accosted by 3 in theory officers who questioned the legitimacy of my position, seemed to be quite unhappy with civilian control of the station, and were blatantly xenophobic. Further investigations into this whole mess have revealed that there is a group of freelance criminal types who are responsible for wiping the Captain of the Stars logs, and who have been hired by person or persons unknown. The trail ending so far on level 2. Level 2 is also like the offices of the FIS, because there's not like a separate branch.
The ministries and such, like anything that's government related, would be in the command nexus.
Okay.
In part, they'd have offices attached to the apartment halls, or they'd have some on the planet. The diplomatic nexus is for visiting diplomats and allowing their embassies and other such things.
Right. So maybe there's some diplomatic skullduggery from one of the other powers on station going on. Wouldn't be surprised. But it seems awfully convenient for the Ministry of Defense's needs, given the various moments. They need Sariana to be arrested or detained or questioned, so they apply for a warrant. She can't prove that she didn't do what they said. And all the time, this minister seems to be withholding quite a bit of information on his history, and there's a rising xenophobia and militancy with military officers popping up all sorts of places they shouldn't be. It's enough to make one a little nervous.
It should. How familiar are you with the tale of the ever-flowing river? I don't know if you've had a chance to go to Upantari or attend any festivals.
How familiar is Kovic, GM?
Give me... Actually, you tell me to a degree. Is he the sort that would have gotten on the job and stayed on the job as much and tried to get up to speed as soon as he could, or is he the kind who goes exploring on a planet and learn about what they're like? You know, would you have taken day trips down to the planet before all this craziness occurred?
Probably not too many. I mean, he would have definitely been interested in learning everything he could about the people he would be working with and all that and their species, but Kovic would be far more likely to do it through being among them, living among them, watching people on the station, talking to people, than doing festival kind of stuff. Bit of a workaholic is Kovic.
I'll say Insight Commander Science Difficulty 3. You may have learned of what he's talking about through other people.
Okay.
Because it's not a harmonizer. It's not directly tied to your job. It's
Right.
not something you would have ran into your day-to-day. It's something you have ran into from one of your coworkers.
Observation, maybe, for a focus?
Yeah, you might have observed someone mentioning it or talking about it in passing.
Okay. Let's just roll 3, see if I can get it. Nope. I'm not familiar with the ever-flowing river.
How'd you get 3?
I said I didn't. I'm not familiar with the ever-flowing river.
I assume you gave me a threat, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I'm like, I rolled 3. How?
I could do that. You missed it because, of course, you can't see me, but I did the Jedi hand gesture.
There is a tale of an ever-flowing river on Upantar. It represents the infinite knowledge and wisdom that flows through every creature down there. and us Opentari are especially sensitive to it. Its waters are said to contain the collective memories and experiences of all its members, and those who drink from it are granted a glimpse to the shared knowledge and understanding of the entirety of the community of the planet. Now, this is a story that, ever since our great slime divided, truly, rather than in piecemeal, and we became the solidarity that we are, we still looked upon that story as... We share that story with the Savix cast. We share that story with the In Theory. To show them that it wasn't merely... The story wasn't meant to say that Opentari were somehow superior to them, that we were somehow magically imbued with some divine being's will. That it is something that the shared knowledge that all Opentari have from the Great Slime is something that anyone can share so long as they dip into the same river. An ever-flowing river connects us in the great sphere that is the free information among us three. There are other tales and other spiritualisms. I'll spare you a sermon, but the thing is that as serious as a lot of Opentari take that tale, for as long as we've been free information sphere, that tale has been interpreted by different Savix cast in theory in different ways. For the Opentari, we feel it a duty to let people know of the river. Reach out to the Federation, whoever. Unity unbounded. Others wanted to protect that river. Willing to kill to protect that river. And my successor has killed. Or he, and the reason why you can't really see much into him is because he is that rare Savix cast that I believe is a member of the Shadows of Umbrara. They are a secretive criminal organization, band of murderers who hide their will from the rest of us, deny us in the river that. The reason I didn't want the Federation here was because I didn't think you had the acidity to withstand them. The exoskeleton to keep yourselves together in the face of someone who cares nothing for your beliefs and cares but for theirs and is willing to destroy you for it. I tell you now, Harmonizer, if I had the opportunity to kill him, I would. But I'm a presiding speaker. I can't do that. It's unfitting, it's unworthy. I could prove the murders he's done. I would tell you every detail. But I'm warning you now. Be careful with Jaffa. But if you can get him, I promise you, every letter, every line of our laws will be put before him. And if he gets put into the assembly, he won't be walking out without answering our questions. And that's why I wanted you here. I didn't want some Starfleet security officer to be a constable. I didn't want some neutral party from the Klingons, or I believe the Tholians offered at one point. It was an argument with the In Theory I didn't want to have. But I wanted an Ioshan. Because I know that you have that little bit of forgotten knowledge that the Federation has left behind. And your record shows that you don't take no for an answer. So even if I told you, leave it alone, I know you're not going to.
Well, that's not frightening at all.
That all said, what Jaffa is doing and what Seyrana is doing, Seyrana I understand. I believe that we should be a military alliance, not a research cooperative. But I knew Jaffa was going to replace me. Hence why I put up with the Federation over the Klingons, or the Romulans for that matter. Because I believe the Klingons or the Romulans would love to have Jaffa in my chair. Whereas Seyrana, she's not after my chair. She just... Frankly, she's a stellar fleet officer. Everyone in the FIDF thinks we should be doing more than we do. And we should have bigger guns, better shields. I'm not going to pretend that we're not that. She's doing what any FIDF officer does. Although, she's a bit eager. I think she's being a bit influenced, but Java has a whole other stripe entirely. As for working with people outside, I believe it. These people don't care about the information sphere. They care about whatever it is that their shadows whisper to them. He makes a gesture with his slime of sort of woo-woo gesture.
Right. So if you knew this about him, how the hell did you let him get into such a position of power?
Well, during the formation of the Halanak agreement, there was a decision that we needed to reform ourselves to face our new situation. That alien civilizations needed to see us in our most multifaceted and, frankly, strongest light. The previous presiding speaker argued heavily and offered to step down in exchange for the Federation being the vote. So it came down to very few people who wanted to take the position to be the voice of the Assembly to the Federation. There were others that were eager, but they didn't see what the larger movement in the woods was. But I saw it, and I know Jaffa saw it. So I had to make a choice. Either I fight him from the Ministry of Defense, or I keep him out of the Assembly. And the presiding speaker, as their role, does not get to decide the various ministries and directorates. That is for the Assembly. I pushed my political clout in one direction, he pushed it in a different one. If he had his way, he'd be Director of Intelligence, but thankfully the current Director of Intelligence isn't a fool, and he wasn't about to let some shadow creep into the free information sphere's most powerful apparatus. Well, second most. The Assembly's the most, obviously, but I don't get to order agents around in the dark.
Well, getting to him is going to be tough.
Very. But a harmonizer can get to him. You just need to get the evidence. And get me a reason to pull him into the Assembly.
Well, I do appreciate the information. It helps. Is there anything else you can tell me? I'm looking for threads to pull.
The Savix cast, in general, even those within their shadows, have always been ready to preserve their various biomes. They are a species of plants. Not to be derogatory, but they are plantoid species, and they don't get to eat. They have very few teeth, they have poisons, they have their tendrils, but and in number, they can be incredibly deadly to any predator. But they have learned, as they came with us into the stars, that it always pays that if there's a threat on the planet, Savix cast can deal with it. If it's a threat in the stars, trust an alien to do it. That's why Savix cast in general trusts us and the in theory. We gladly help them with whatever space problems they have. Happy to. But, as I guess you're aware, Jaffa would not be one who would look to either the Puntari or the in theory when we obviously would oppose whatever it is he thinks is necessary. And some think that putting him in the Ministry of Defense limits him somehow. However, that does get him access to Halanak Station. Gets him to the people who come here. Jaffa will never directly attack something that's a threat from the stars. That's... Shadows are not. That's just on Savix cast. It doesn't make sense for him to do that. Somebody else is moving. He's directing, but someone else is moving pieces for him. There are pieces that are definitely not free information sphere pieces. He has pieces here. If he wanted to deal with me, he'd use them. If he wanted to deal with you, he would use them. But the Federation, that's a problem of the stars. So, I tell you as a private citizen, as a former Minister of Defense, and as one of the few experts on aliens from beyond the Shackleton, he waves an apology. You see him turn a color of apology, like, whoops, sorry, I wasn't trying to say something mean about you.
I brushed that off.
This is either the work of one of our embassies, either the Federation representative, which I severely doubt. Then again, I've heard rumors they have some sort of intelligence organization rogue intelligence organization of their own. So maybe it's them. The Klingons or the warring Romulans. So I would say you have 4 suspects. Or peace players. Beyond that, I truly don't know.
Well, you have helped to narrow my list of suspects tremendously.
You're a harmonizer. That's your role. Citizen of the Infosphere. I've just done my role.
Well,
Presiding Speaker obviously didn't tell you any of this because that would show favoritism against a fellow member of the state. So,
of course, understood. A harmonizer has their informants, after all, and good citizens lead such informants. Very well. I think I will be off about my business. Thank you for your time. Oh, and just to note it for the record, I'm not planning on disappearing anytime soon. So if I do, cry foul.
I will. And if you ever do get enough to hit Jaffa, you get pulled before the assembly, and they order you for your source, I will come forward. You need not fear shielding me. But until then, I need to stay away.
Understood. Good luck to you, Presiding Speaker.
It was nice to have a break dealing with the Harbingers.
Good kids, those. And Kovic will see his way out.
New.
Yeah, the murder robots are good kids.
See?
Comparatively.
Wrong color again. To the Da Vinci we go. I believe here. Stuff's here.
Come on, Kovic. I've been good.
Is anyone who... Wait, did I pasted it? I didn't grab it. I got the
only
important
question I would have about the Da Vinci's crew is if someone on the station was requested to or stay behind or not. That's the only ever up in the air question on that. Because sometimes they want her, and other times they don't.
I guess that's probably up to the harmonizer, whether with the new information, because you guys like synced up your different investigations at the end there, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so there isn't going to be anything on the Starfleet side of things.
Harmonizer?
Sorry, I must have wandered out of range there. What was that?
Would Kovic have asked for Tellura to remain on the station before the Da Vinci departed, or no?
My favorite Romulan? Sure.
Okay.
If she wants to, I mean, yeah.
It's just more of a where she is, because she's helps in both places.
Well, yeah, I'd like to keep it one Romulan from that particular side of things here, and I know Rylov's
Yeah.
got to go.
No, that makes sense. Just wanted to make
You
sure before
next
she showed up
up.
on the Da Vinci and then she wasn't supposed to be, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I'm trying to get a subspace message to the Da Vinci shortly after they depart, I think. Obviously after my own call is finished.
It's gonna be difficult because I had already decided this. We just hadn't had the scene for me to do it.
Totally.
I'm QSDing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
no,
okay.
It's my ship.
Lamau.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Then never mind. You guys are gone by the time Throlic tries to be like.
By the time you might want to tell us anything, we're already there.
Yeah, no, that's
Yep.
fair. Okay, good to know.
Has to block.
Note to self: we really need to put like at least one quantum entangled communicator on the Da Vinci.
There is one.
Oh, thank God.
It's in the shuttle.
There is one. It's just that I can't preempt a warning. I can just go hello after they're already there.
Are you still alive?
Yeah.
So you're currently on QSD transit, so you have maybe 30 minutes before you arrive. You're gonna get there incredibly fast. You have at most a single thing you can do before you arrive.
Did we get any? From my memory, there were no other details that anyone had other than SS Astral Spirit was in distress with a warp core issue.
Yeah, simply their warp drive had stopped functioning by a non-specified issue. And they were asking for help. That was about all we had, I believe.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, Ralph can try to pull up registration information on the vessel. If that would be something you would like, Cam. Captain.
I believe that's for you, Haifa.
What? Who's Cam? Did you say Captain?
Yes.
Oh, I was hearing Cam. I was like, I don't know who this Cam is.
Clearly the translator failing right there.
Yeah.
No,
It's that Romulan drawl.
literally. I mean, he is from some backwater planet, so...
So people with draws are from backwaters? Is
Yes.
that what my Texan ears are hearing?
That is 100% what you are hearing.
All right.
All right then.
Arias, I
Some might
need
take that
Rylov
amiss.
airlocked right now.
This isn't Battlestar Galactica. That's a different game.
Oh,
Yeah, what was the admiral on the Pegasus's name?
Oh,
I
hell.
know who you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kane,
Haifa's
Admiral
more
Kane.
from her school than Adama's school.
Oh.
So effective. Sorry.
Yeah,
Admiral
no,
Kane, yeah.
totally the coolest bit of colonial navy you see in the entire series is her and her ship and her crew.
You mean the summary executions?
I mean, it solved the problems, didn't it?
Yeah, no one said it was clean or nice, but hey, we got a war with the Cylons.
But yes, what was your suggestion there, Rylov?
To pull up the ship's registration and history/course. Registration and maybe intention. Like what was it passing through for? Unless was it en route to Halanak? Was that part of the signal we got?
It was heading to Halanak, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he could pull
Well,
up
I mean,
his
it's-
registration. Really?
Yeah, unless a ship is using QSD, right? Its flight plan reaches us before it does, right?
Yeah.
So can we just look up what they scheduled? Their flight plan was, like, crew
Yeah.
complement,
And
cargo.
I was saying registration just for like the
Yeah.
information that be available on it, so we know more.
Yeah, I mean, like the paperwork you file ahead of time, all the
Yeah.
just biographic information.
Yeah. I have a con of 2. But I can certainly try it if you want me to.
You could do it, or you could ask Silak to take a look.
Silak can do it. Yeah, Silak, you want to do that? Get us some information on these specific vessel that we're looking for. The what was his name again? What the hell was his name?
It's the Astral Spirit.
Astral Spirit. Gotcha. Depends if that's a Thralic or a Kovic support character today.
Yup.
yeah, I can do that.
Lovely.
Feel acting.
Doesn't like bread much.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's why I'm the GM, folks. I'm very funny.
About that.
Oh yeah, this is a comedy game.
I do have a bit of a chuckle every time I see Mila trying to walk around.
She has feet now. Recent con. Does the freighter count as a small craft?
No. Scale 3. It's too big.
Dang. I don't think she has a focus then. I don't think dialectics is gonna work here.
Dialectics?
Yeah,
Yeah.
first we need to decide the nature of the freighter in a
Exactly.
collaborative discussion.
Exactly. All right. Don't have any momentum. I'll give you a threat, Jim.
Certainly.
I mean, she's made it at the moment. Do you want me to
And
roll
the
the
ship?
damage? Do you have it there?
You're the people I've hired to do this.
I see.
Hey, real hands-off, Captain, huh?
The ship has decided that it won't help because of that.
Hands off the controls, hands on the airlock controls. It keeps the crew running.
In fear, yeah.
Towards a mutiny is more likely.
Yeah.
Oh, but you made it either way.
Check something real quick, make sure I don't say something that makes sense.
Happens often. What?
Oh, actually, there we go. I can pull you here. I wasn't sure if that was there. Whoop. So, that's again. That has been done. Wood. Vision, like these colors. So, the astral spirit was is actually it's still within the sector, thankfully. They were going into the Delta subsector, just trailing of the wait. This way. Got my galactic directions. To look into various colonies that space for colonies and surveying planets and such, and like going back to the end with an intention of selling the information to the Free Information Sphere and to the relevant surveyor offices in the Federation bureaus for credits and stuff. Like not hard latinum. It's just this is the sort of I wouldn't say they're doing it as a hobby, but this is the job that they do. They're sort of their own. In sort of safe-ish spaces, these survey vessels will kind of go out, take a look at something near safe space, and then kind of sneak back into safe space real quick. Because if something goes bad, they can call for help, or they can quickly zip. Even with their low warp system, they can still warp into the Gamma subsector and try to escape. So they're in the Delta subsector, kind of looking around, seeing what's out here. And in particular... need my notes. I haven't looked at these in a while either. Oop. This is why you write them ahead of time. There we go. They actually have noted that they're in orbit of the first planet closest to the star. They had been originally they had gone out this way to the outer edges of the sub because their charter only lets them go because they're not Starfleet. They can't the Federation people can come into Halanak Station with shared agreement of Starfleet and the Free Information Sphere and go, hey, I want to do a cool thing. It's like, okay, go ahead. But their agreement is if you're not Starfleet, you can't, unless you're on a Free Information ship, you can't leave this sector, just because you'll start getting too far away for the rescue ship to come get you, and we might not hear you yelling for help. So please don't go too far. So they were looking around in this Delta subsector, and then they had gone. This was sort of like a benchmark planet they went to, like one of the first planets they saw, and they're starting to go something like this. Like they were gonna. This was their intended plan. Oops. And then I'm back. But the first step actually had a problem. They found this planet. They went out, or this system rather, and then they went out. But they had an engine failure problem. Well, not engine failure. They had an engine warning problem. Like something was their warp core was showing various warnings. They didn't really understand what was wrong. They warped back to their marker planet, tried to recalibrate, see if it was just something they could fix on their own, and then they were going to fly back to Halanak Station. But then now they're saying they've sent out the distress signal because now their warp drive isn't working, and that means they're stuck at sublight speeds on a planet in a star system they've only just surveyed.
All right.
It is a civil freighter. It its crew just knows just enough to operate the ship. They do have phaser banks, which currently don't work because they're warp core, or at least if they don't. It doesn't say they don't note that their weapons aren't working anymore. But you personally know, because of how the type of warp drive they have, if that's gone, the weapons are dead too. It's a fault in the system that commonly happens. But they might think they have phaser banks. All told, there's about trying to get you number of souls here, but I always struggle to remember. Scale 3 are way smaller ships, so I have to remember that they're not
less than 100 probably. The Defiant was like 50 something, 60 something.
Some 80 people aboard actually.
Okay.
And or well, threat spent, I suppose. 'Cause you don't have any momentum at the moment. But... Bridge. And actually, now that we know how far away they are, you can break. Actually, you might be getting there a lot quicker than I think you are.
Yeah, it's not going to be 30 minutes. It was going to be like 5 probably.
Advisory, warp speed guide. Wait, no, you go like
150 every 30 minutes.
150, and you are traveling 10.7.
Yeah. 30 seconds later.
Yeah. So I overestimated greatly how long it was going to take you there. So you have them look it up, and as it's looked up, you pop into being.
Quick off back of the envelope math is 1.4 minutes. 1.5 minutes.
Like a minute. Like by the time Silik has pulled out the information from the database, you're there.
All right. Ensign Mila, find me that ship.
Reason science difficulty of. Gotta double check because the weather is bad currently.
Okie dokie.
So the expanse isn't helping you. There it is. Difficulty normally would be 0, but the weather's bad, so it goes up to 2. And it's sensors plus science.
Reason science.
Is there electromagnetic disturbances in the area throwing off your sensor readings?
Okie dokie. Let's take a threat for the third die in bold. That should do her. Plus the ship.
Plus the ship, right? Yes.
3 generated, I believe.
Yes.
You detect the astral spirit in orbit of the first planet closest to the sun.
You want to ask if we detect any other ships?
Yeah.
No other contacts at this time.
What about unusual readings? Like here I'm thinking about warp core exploded in the system recently, or the sun is emitting something that suggests it could explode. You know, like obviously unusual indicators.
We find the ship we're looking for in orbit around that planet?
Yes.
Okay. No signs of any other vessels.
Nope.
Any other, I mean, beyond the weather, obviously, any other unusual phenomena since your range?
Detail sent.
There is one thing strange, sir. I'm not reading any life forms aboard the ship. Other than that, no other anomalous readings.
I've looked at Rylov and says Centurion, Engineering, Medical Security, Transporter Bay. You have 5 minutes to be ready.
Yes, Captain.
And Haifa says Ensign Selek, short warp burst to their location.
Poof. They're able to warp over. Do you go into orbit with the planet?
I'm as close as Selek can get us to the ship. Is what I was intending.
Oh, like as close to contact range as possible, basically.
Yeah, as you know, leaving it up to her confidence on how close she thinks she can get us.
You know what? I'll call that a daring plus con difficulty of 1. It's not that difficult, but it's better. It's more than a 0. Assisted by engines plus con.
I did intend to drag him out, but then I was amused by the fact that the Toph token appeared, and I was like, ooh.
Ship wants to help.
Is the engineer being brought along? You said bring a medical despite no life signs being detected?
Well, for that very reason.
But at that point, they're already
That
dead.
indicates medical distress.
That indicates they are past the point of medical distress.
You never know. It could be that 5-minute range, right?
They have in fact been stressed out. Okay, Kobik, you're coming along. And then a security team would be the other thing that's being put together.
It either eats one of your crew complement, or it gives me. It costs 1 momentum, 1 threat. So in this case, 2 threat.
Yeah. The reason I'm doing threat for that is both of those are crew support, and we currently are at 4 out of 5. Then, if I take both of them out, so I want to leave 1 on the ship just in case you need to activate like Arias or something.
I also want to pay for all of the crew going over to get EVA.
You pay opportunity once, threat multiple times, I think, or is it the other way around? I always screw that up.
Opportunity. No, threat you only play once. Escalation you only pay once. Because introducing 2 batliths is not that much more than introducing 1 batlith, but each batlith takes effort to get.
Right.
Yeah.
So in that case, it is 1, 2, 3 you owe me. 3 threat in this case, because you don't have any momentum at the moment.
Okay.
Though, we may want to resolve this daring con difficulty 1 roll for Selak to do the close quarter warp maneuver. Whoever wishes to rule Selak.
Kovic. Kovic is here. Kovic died.
Yes, Kovic is here.
Kovic is here.
Selak, there she is.
Don't worry, soon it'll be time for Click.
Daring Khan. Don't have anything for. What's that do? Okay. Helm operations, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Take a threat for the third die.
Certainly.
Con, please. Yep.
So that's
Choose.
3 momentum gained. I already rolled the starship.
Yep. So those 3 were meant to be enough to get everyone an Eva suit.
All right. Can I RU trait well-drilled crew? Not against the escalation of the security team, but for the
Opportunity of it?
the opportunity, because they're already organized and ready to go.
I'll give you that, sure. That makes sense. Especially since you already knew you were going into a situation that maybe security is always sometimes necessary for this sort of thing. But it makes sense. I should
even better
know.
that's a situation that's like, well, we expected a situation that exactly fits within our mission parameters.
Yeah. Eva suits all around, and because the away team has Eva suits, that means main actors of it. That means the team does as well. You don't pay for them because they follow your your detail always does what you do basically.
Mm-hmm.
Except they would have type 2 whether or not you told them to because they're security. They're supposed to have those.
Yeah.
So, woof, you're able to warp right on top of this thing. It seems to look like a very boxy looking thing. Looks to be something that is fairly old. That's been retrofitted a few times up to its current configuration. It amounts, and your ship, I believe, dwarfs it.
It's the Da Vinci scale 5, I think.
Yeah, you're way bigger.
Yeah.
This is a massive ship coming up to a much smaller ship. You loom over it.
Are we in any kind of combat timing where seconds matter?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Then I will order Mila to find out if they have shields and open a hailing frequent, and then I guess that'd be Arias. I ask Arias for the status of their shields and select to open comms.
Reason plus engineering difficulty of 1, assisted by.
We have 5 supporting.
Sensors plus engineering.
So that would mean everybody on the OA team and everybody on the bridge is activated,
Yep.
and that's our limit.
That's why I left you with 1. Technically, Click and Kovic haven't done anything yet, so they don't count, but we're expecting them to count, so.
Click always counts in our hearts, right?
Click.
The hive knows it is protected.
I was gonna say, I almost expected Click to have constant presence for some reason.
Who did give Select dialectics?
That sounds like a Ven thing.
I was gonna say that sounded like a Serana thing,
I
but
think
maybe.
that was Serana.
Oh, was that? Oh, good for you, Serrano.
Maybe focus of precision targeting at complication?
No.
He knows how to expertly take out shields, so he knows where to look.
That's why you should have a shields focus. That would make sense.
That's an entire different talent too.
That's someone else's problem. Why does he have a con? Oh, that's okay. That's why none of this skill makes sense. Is because I had Selak open and not Arias. It's like, why does Arias have a con of 5?
I mean, you're looking to him to make a reason engineering score a roll of with a 1 as a discipline. So
Okay, because I assumed it was going to be a security roll because it was shields.
well, I mean, you can do the roll yourself, Mr. Captain Engineer.
I'll assist, but I'm not going to make it for him.
Fair enough.
Starship Tactical Systems.
Yeah. He's looking over data that sensors already.
Oh, it
got
doesn't matter.
checking it.
He has an engineering of 1.
Oh, okay.
The thought counts, I guess. Sensors, engineering. Nope.
You generate 1.
Or do they have shields?
The shields do seem to be on. Oh, actually, I take that back. The shields aren't on, but various internal force fields are on.
Okay. So we gained 1, and we have 1. Hold
No,
on.
you were at 1 total on the table. You had 0 earlier.
Okay. I'm looking something at. I know it. I know exactly what we need. I just don't remember the name of it. It's in the operations book as an opportunity spend.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Field destabilizers, I think. Yep, field destabilizers. Yeah. So, and it's only 1 opportunity. So, okay, it doesn't really establish, I think, whether field destabilizers are a thing that can only handle 1 at a time, so you got to get multiple of them, or if it's like a
You would set it down, open up 1 in front of you, walk through it, and then pull it through the hole with you, turn it off, and then take it with you to the next thing you're opening. Because it is a single device that you set down to pull a hole through the shield.
All right, then I bridge to specialist click.
Specialist click is walking his dog.
All right.
Or
Well,
Kovic. What, I think
when
he was talking-
specialist click gets back from walking the dog, I'm telling him to take a field destabilizers.
Well, he says no, because protect the hive.
Field destabilizers. Great.
Damn.
So we'll use that 1 momentum on the table for that. And do they respond to the hail?
You get an automated message return back from the ship's computer, but it's garbled.
Can I run it through an analysis?
Sure. Reason plus engineering or science, difficulty 2, assisted by Brain. Sorry. Communication. I was right the first time. Damn. Communications plus engineering or science. It's been a while since I've done ship stuff.
Well, all I have to do is get Halanak destroyed, and then all we'll be doing is ship.
Well, don't worry. They'll destroy themselves from the inside. Fascist.
Let's try and get an escape pod first.
See, golden parachutes for the military. The rest of us are just stuck.
Focus on computers.
Yeah.
Take a threat.
Would it be a golden parachute or a camo parachute? Because military. Anyway.
Silk parachute.
Silk parachute. Right.
See it. The Da Vinci wants to help Mila and Silak. It does not want to help me, though.
Yes.
Makes
It's-
sense.
it's
still,
one of-
just wants to help
it
Mila,
still
and
misses me.
it doesn't help Mila, actually.
Gonna have to spend some quality time with the ship.
Nah, I'm leaving that alone. So you are able to pull apart that this is it's an automated response from the ship that Federation ships are automatically if they're being hailed by a Starfleet vessel and there's no one aboard, any starfarer worth their salt would tell the computer, hey, alert people to our new distress status and pass on the message if I'm not aboard or we're not aboard. Or if we all pass out and die, please tell whoever's here what's happened to us, sort of thing. And it sounds like you're not entirely sure why. It's the parts that explain why are still fairly garbled, but it does seem that due to the weapon systems malfunctioning, it also resulted in the internal security systems malfunctioning. So various force fields are starting to pop up inside. They don't know why that happened, but they then decided to evacuate to the planet because they weren't sure if it was safe to be on the ship anymore.
Say that again?
No.
I got distracted by the Da Vinci telling me I'm not their real mom.
The people on the ship evacuated to the planet's surface because they weren't sure if the fluctuating security systems on board the vessel were a threat or not.
Oh, right. Did they give a location?
The planet below.
That's not helpful.
It is.
Part of it's that the message garbled, so there's something preempted the weapons doing what it's doing, but that's lost to the ether. And where on the planet they went is also lost.
All right. I walk over to Mila and I say, let's run a scan. Let's start by looking for transporter signs and expand that to Starfleet technology or Federation technology. Basically, I want to search the surface for them.
Search for Federation standard life science.
I was trying to wrap up like there's 3 or 4 steps we'll go through. Right. We're not just scanning for one thing. We're going to start by scanning for transporter signs, then technology, then life signs, then communications devices. Just like go down a list. Another way of asking, can I have an extended task instead of a one task and then another task and then a third task and then a fourth task?
I'll actually wrap it up all in a single roll.
Oh, okay.
Because I get the gist of what you're going for. Because you're not surveying the entire planet and scanning an entire planet for a certain type of signature. Especially one that would stand out. Here. It's not that. It won't be that hard. How do I type? Computer.
For the assist of focus in Starfleet protocol.
Yeah. For the assist. .
Nope.
Oh, that is a reason science difficulty 2, assisted by sensor science.
For Mila.
Dralik.
Let's see.
Oh, are you Mila?
If I can
Who's
take that.
Mila?
What?
Yeah, take a threat or a third die.
Certainly.
Reroll with bold.
So that is div 2, nailed it by 2 over, so 2 gained. And
With one of those float, can you ask if there are any obvious signs of advanced civilization?
Sure. Are there? No signs of advanced civilizations. Getting some readings, visual readings of hunter-gatherer level of tech based upon the pollution in the atmosphere. I'm also detecting several small craft with various Alpha Quadrant life signs.
All right. Bridge to Centurion Rylov.
This is Ryloff. Go ahead, Captain.
You're not going to the ship, you're going to the planet. Into a group of small craft and life signs where we think they are. Probably hunter-gatherers on the surface. You know, keep contact limited to what's already happened. But the greater risk is that these people, stay here any longer and induce contamination. So if you have to do mild contamination to get them out, that's acceptable.
Understood, Captain.
All right. Beam when ready.
Orders acknowledged. And we'll see about that when that happen. We don't have a support, so Click's gonna have to do something, or I can do something. Either one of us can do something. We both have engineering scores.
where are you beaming to?
Are the ships in the small craft in one location, or are they in multiple locations?
They're kind of clustered together. They kind of
Okay,
landed
yeah.
all together.
Then if they have like a clearing somewhere near their location, hopefully like exactly on their location, would be great, because we shouldn't expect any trouble from a bunch of Federation ship people.
So you're gonna beam like right into their landing site, essentially.
Yeah.
Yep. It's engineering difficulty base of 2. You're self beaming. You're doing it from the transporter room, so kind of as opposed to beaming yourself from like somewhere else on the ship.
Yeah.
You're gonna be on a pad. You're not going to a pad, and there is interference in the area. So. Reason engineering, difficulty 5, assisted by sensors engineering.
So, Click, would you like to do this? I can certainly try. I'm just not that
I
good
will.
an engineer. I could help you if you want. I can give you an assist.
Click.
Only if you do the Romulan drawl again.
Difficulty 5, sensor engineering. All right. what exactly are we after here?
Transporting down to the surface of the planet to contact and recover the crew of the civilian ship.
Okay. Do we have any kind of could I spend a toward the directive of rescuing the crew, or is there something like that afloat?
I would take that. Yeah, it hasn't been formalized, but that I would imagine that's a directive you would have called.
Okay. So I'll spend a determination towards that. And I will spend 2 momentum and 3 threat for the rest of a full mit. Don't think I have a focus for this one.
Clearly, it's all about power management.
If you're to
That's
believe the video,
5. And I do get to reroll. Yes, we're going 1. So 6.
And the ship helps.
7.
right, 2. You beam down to the planet, and find yourself immediately. Your Eva suits start bleeping at you, and then various safety systems kick in to preserve you from the atmosphere. And I have every book open but the one I need.
Fine, just use the negative space created by the other books to extrapolate the information you need.
You're getting atmospheric warnings, temperature warnings, and radiation warnings. But they're things your suit, because you're wearing an Eva suit, you're fine. The suit is designed for adverse environments like this.
Yeah.
You notice there are a few people wandering around. A few people turn to the beaming as they see you kind of beam into existence amidst them. And you see they too are wearing Eva suits. Hey! It's Starfleet! Hey, hello! And people some people start crowding around to you. Someone runs off to let someone else know that you're here. You guys got here fast, says one of them. And then one of them kind of flint. Actually, no, they just see a face inside of an Eva suit. They don't know you're wrong. They don't know you're Star Navy.
No, not yet.
They see your Eva suits. So yeah, we didn't know you guys got here really quickly.
That is part of our duties as a crisis response vessel. You are fortunate. Is everyone all right, or are there significant injuries amongst your crew?
Actually, no, we managed to avoid any casualties at all. I mean, the internal security went on the fritz for a bit. We set the distress call just as we started flying down. Oh, and we made sure to try not to land near one of the villages nearby. But we kind of didn't want to be too far away in case no one came out to get us. We didn't know what was. We didn't know how fast you guys were gonna get here. So I guess we could have stayed in orbit, but well, I think I should let the captain explain. You should be here in a second.
Very well.
people start shuffling around, not sure what to do at the moment, and he starts telling them, "Well, stay ready. Captain gives orders. We'll know what to do, and well, Starfleet here will tell us what to do, and everything will be fine." Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, you can keep surveying. This is not the time for a survey. We're not supposed to be down here, so maybe don't say that around the Starfleet officers. Person kind of flinches, like, "Oh, duh." And the guy just shakes his head, like, technically the Prime Directive is a Starfleet thing, but citizens aren't supposed to adhere, are really discouraged from messing with other planets. It turns into a, look, you didn't break the law, but for some reason Starfleet doesn't approve you going to a place because you've made yourself a nuisance.
No.
I'll go on my own. Okay, you went off
There
without
is
us.
a Federation law about non-interference with species. That makes sense anyway. But yes, it's fine to just wait for this captain to arrive. There's no particular need to start ordering people around.
Eventually, someone comes along and they have a bright blue marker on their spacesuit. It looks everyone else's looks very run-of-the-mill spacesuit, like the kind you can get at any Federation starport. Very neutral grays, has all the fixings that first time going to space, here's a spacesuit. It's very dummy-proof. It's meant to be. It's cumbersome, but it works, right? Whereas where Starfleet ones have a lot more flexibility because they're expected to be used by people who know how to use them. The captain who walks up to you, they seem to be in some very. It looks like they just stepped out of a deep asteroid mine. This very grayish, brownish, gangly looking thing. But the person inside seems to be moving in it with relative ease. And then as they walk up, you see they actually have a reflective visor over their faceplate, and they kind of flick it up. And you see a human male inside. He starts saying something. He frowns. He holds up a hand. He starts pressing at some sort of control mechanism on the side of his helmet. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Captain.
Sorry.
Oh, that is assuming you are the captain.
Yes. I'm Captain Archer Malik. And who are you?
Centurion Rylov, executive officer of the Da Vinci.
Vinci?
Da Vinci A.
Oh. I didn't know they made a new one. Huh. Were you just in the area, or... Actually, not important. So, is your ship here?
Yes, it would be above us in close proximity to your vessel, actually.
Alright. Hey, can everyone get, Tom, could you get everyone, back into the shuttles and ready to go when I give the order? Thanks. A thumbs up, and people start being ordered to move back to their shuttles, and lots of muttering of, there's some disappointment, oh, I wanted to hear this, and it's like, no, shoo, go back to your shuttle. And the captain kind of waits a bit till everyone's a fair distance away. And then he looks down at his subspace radio that he's using to talk to you in, and like in his helmet, and just kind of looks down and like, oh right, I could have just talked to just you. And looks at you, sighs. Right. Anyway, he tacks at it. Didn't want to spread out the word too much. Bridge crew knows, but we're trying to keep it hush. We think we saw some Klingon warships before our engines failed. And my chief engineer seems to think that we had some sort of... that they may have fired. I leave you to figure out exactly if that's true or not, but they may have fired some sort of particles into our warp stream, into our nacelles, that caused the failure of our warp drive. So I wasn't sure if we were being followed by pirates, so that's why we made landfall. I know regulation is we're supposed to stay up in orbit because we have shuttles, but I didn't want to be sitting duck down there, and at least in the shuttles, we can try to scatter into the woods and maybe buy time. But we haven't been attacked, so, and I assume since you're here, they aren't attacking you, and you're not making that wild flailing motion Starfleet people do when their ship's under attack, so I'm taking comfort in that currently.
Oh, I'm just well trained enough not to do that. But we are
Oh,
also
that's
not
comforting.
under attack.
Hmm?
But we're also not under attack.
Good.
At present. Now, if your shuttles are all capable of movement still, I can contact the ship and let them know that you are on the way. Once you are in orbit, I would recommend hailing them and communicating with flight control and getting yourselves sorted that way.
All right. And, reaches into his suit and opens a pocket, reaches into it, and then pulls it out and then holds it out to you. And you see that he's produced some sort of data chip. Prefix codes for the ship.
Right, appreciate it. We'll attempt to get aboard and recover that if possible.
And if you need to tow it, feel free. At this point, the hunk of junk's starting to become more trouble than it's worth. I have half a mind to think it wasn't even pirates that attacked us. It just decided to get spooked at the first scary ship it saw.
Well, I do appreciate letting us know. Better safe than sorry in most cases.
That's my feeling.
All right, Captain. To your ship, and I'll let the Da Vinci in orbit know.
See you on your ship then.
Yeah, and none of your shuttles need any basic checking over. They are all fully functional.
Yeah, they're all functional. That's what we were doing a double check on anyway.
Very
Thankfully, whatever it didn't mess up our small craft, so lucky us.
Acknowledged.
Hmm.
And then he'll tap his comm badge.
He was mighty friendly. I'm glad I talked to him.
Yeah, find out later. Wait, that was a Romulan?
No, you hear him talking. Like he's talking to himself as he's walking away from you.
Okay, he forgot to change his radio.
Yeah.
Captain.
Huh?
He'll gesture to where his radio is on him.
What? Oh, sorry. Tacks at it. Makes a waving gesture and starts heading back to his ship.
Yes, Centurion.
We have the ship's crew. They seem unharmed and their ships are functional. Their shuttles will be making orbit shortly. However, the captain did make me aware that they may have seen Klingon vessels, or at least vessels of a Klingon make, shortly before they were disabled. One theory that they have is that some sort of object or energy stream was directed towards their nacelles, and this is what caused their warp failure. There is no concrete proof of this at the time. We might find such aboard their vessel, but it is better to let you know than not.
Based on your previous career experience, do you think that those that relayed this information were being truthful and honest?
The captain of this vessel? I have no reason at the present time to believe they would be lying.
All right. Very well. Then begin helping them get their shuttles back. You can disperse your crew among their shuttles and get them on board the Da Vinci.
Yes, Captain.
I think I have a plan for their friends.
If such friends exist, Captain. I do also have the codes
Touché.
for the civilian vessel.
Once the civilians are secure, then will reconvene and decide what to do with their ship.
Yes, Captain.
I'll close the comms and turn to Selak and say, Ensign, I need a communication back to Captain Thralic that informs the captain that we have found the ship and those who were covertly assaulting them, and will soon and have enough information to soon effect an arrest. And I want your sloppiest encryption on it. With Haifa's plan being kind of a Corbomite maneuver to, if anyone is here and they're slightly competent, right, they're going to listen in and think that we know a lot more than we do, and that may cause them to make a mistake.
Yeah, and then shoot at you now before we're aboard you.
No. I did not tell them to send. Right. I just want them to get it so that it's ready when you get back. Yeah, I thought of that. I was not about to get into fleet combat with one squadron of civilian ships and the Da Vinci.
Captain, may I have a word with you briefly? It may be important, says Lieutenant Sheena from the back. She kind of stands away from her chair.
What is it, Lieutenant?
She pulls a data pad with her and walks over and hands you it.
Oh, okay.
I was doing some preliminary scans of the region. Well, looking over the scans that Ensign Mila put over, and I thought this was part of the anomaly. But look at this. This line here. I've seen this somewhere in the old Achilles logs. Back before the in their previous timeline, alternate reality, whatever. Point is, this signature here, it's about, it looks like the supposed Rainbow Road, except it looks faint. It almost looks like an echo of some kind.
I didn't
But
know the Rainbow Road exists because that was a different universe.
Yeah, have I ever heard of this?
you've heard stories about it. It's, encountering the Aldemon and Alcara, that's just not something the current Starfleet ran into. But the Achilles logs are known to Starfleet personnel. It's just, you weren't. It's not heavily studied unless you're going to encounter those species, and no one has run into them the entire time you've been in the Shackleton, other than Trailblazer, and he's an Alcaran. Huh?
The Lovic was also present for those incidents.
Yeah, I feel like they're popularly known as the Achilles logs.
Yeah.
Well, with the brief amount Haifa knows, and with someone she has only briefly met before, not talking about Sheena, I'll say, let me look into this. And Haifa is going to go to the ready room and call up Trailblazer, because I know he's an Alcaran and I have met him at Pinn's promotion ceremony.
And with that, that'll be the end of the episode, as more clues come in, but many revelations are made clear. We'll have to see what happens with the investigation of the Da Vinci and the further investigations of the Harmonizer. Until next time, all of those who are watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And to see you all again next time. Oh, got everything I wanted to do in today. I'm quite happy with
Nice.
myself.
Where hopefully
Nice.
progress at the present time.
Maybe calling Trailblazers the wrong thing because it was Chio and Oda that got this fixed last time, so probably have to give them a call.
Uh-huh. Who are you gonna call?
Ghostbusters?
Ah.
I mean,
Sorry.
Chio and Oda did kill a bunch of ghosts in Stovagore.